Hello, hello, bow, bow. What do you mean the one time I remember to ping Discord? I forgot to ping Discord like once or twice. Also, I did remember to ping Discord last time. I just pinged the wrong role. Alright, let's just begin now. Oh! Whoops. Oh my goodness. I'm finally back with Tevi. Also, I moved the, I moved some of the, UI around for my stream. Like, some of the windows are a little bit smaller, some of the windows are a little bit bigger. I feel like I'm not entirely happy with the current setup. I think I want something a little bit more, but for now, I think this is fine. I want to make, like, this is already a change that I've already made from last time. Like, the chat is smaller, the avatar is smaller, the game window is bigger and everything. But I also this time made it the bottom part also a little bit smaller. The input keyboard that you can see from down there is also in the middle now. Last time it was on bottom right, I think. I think being in the middle over there is actually fine. Notification is also moved to top left, top right. We'll see how it goes. I think I'm still going to try to change the background UI a little bit more here and there. But for now, this is fine. I'm actually gonna say, holy shit, Tevi has been in my mind. I did a session of 10 hours in a row for Tevi. Man, I wish I could do 10 hours of Tevi. But unfortunately, that might not be the case. But yeah, I've been wanting to play this game. I've been wanting to return to play this game for so long. I also reviewed my footage last time and thinking about the game again. And I'm thinking, like, I think there's a part somewhere in the desert that I could maybe try to get, but I don't remember where it is exactly. That I think requires like a higher jump. So I'm gonna go around here first. Just so to also warm up a little bit anyways. There's also something that I think about again, which is like this game's boss music is kind of meh. Like, something about it is like too generic or something. I don't know. This game's boss music I think could be a little bit better, but oh well. I think it's over here. I think this is where I want to try. I prefer Robbie's boss music than this one. Yeah, I don't know. The current boss music so far. There we go. The current boss music so far is just really, I think, a little bit underwhelming. I'm not really sure. It feels a little bit underwhelming. It's fine. Like, I think a lot of the music in this game are like, the vibes it exudes are pretty fine, but the melody feels kind of weird. Something about it just feels like kind of uninspired and not really, I don't know, not really fun. The music is, I think, really not as great as rabi-ribi. Oh, okay, wait, I want to try to stomp on that. Ah, not yet. Okay, let me try it again. Wait. Ow. Ah, okay. Maybe I shouldn't fuck around too much. Ugh. What the fuck? Damn, this place is big. Oh, there has to be something over there, right? I can definitely... I gotta try to get up there. I think there has to be something over there. Here we go. Why no Battle Cats? Cause fuck Battle Cats. You think I only play Battle Cats? Oh, maybe I can do... Hold on, I think I can think of something. damn. Okay, no, I have an idea, but oh no, fuck. I want to try to bounce the scorpion upwards. No, okay, that was close, but it might be possible. What if I go from above, actually? Let me try if I exit from here. This could work. No, brother. Okay, annoying. And this could potentially kill me. So maybe not. Maybe I'll check back later. Once I have enough health or something. Fuck off. Okay. Yoisho! There's something over there. Ah, that's really high. I don't think I can even stomp up there. Oh, okay, I can just walk over here. Oh, that's an NPC. Hi. Honor Student Denizen. I've heard that if one keeps taking the upward path here in Tanaka, they can eventually reach Valhalla. But I've already made it this far, I'm already out of breath. Interesting, so there's a path upwards, okay. Why did I jump down in the middle? Good luck with what you're gonna do right now. I don't even know what I'm gonna do, honestly. I feel like I'm already going off the path that I shouldn't be in. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. There's Heaven's Valley. Okay. This is not part of the objectives. Ow. Oh, that's... I don't think I can get there. Could I have stomped someone there? No, I don't think so. I don't think I can even stomp someone there. Yoisho! Oh, it's these guys. Yeah, I remember you from the demo. You're annoying as fuck. Eat. Okay. These are a bunch of demo enemies. Okay, yeah, I can't go there. I'm going so fast in the game right now. Well, like, I assume that means you have air dash. Because what else does that mean? Oh yeah, that's another demo enemy on top. Jesus, these guys are so tanky. There we go. Can't go down, can't I? Yeah. I don't have air dash, I only have slide. That makes sense. Oh, that's how you go down, okay. Oh, I probably need him to jump up. Oh well, I think I can go up here. Die. Die. Okay, good. Anything over here? No? There's a lot of weird paths that I feel like could be secret, but I guess not. Oh. Okay. Money. Nothing over here? Nothing over there? Okay. Weird. Oh, that's a... I should have killed the enemies. Jesus, tanky boy. Die! Oh my god. These guys are such a big damage sponge. Okay, finally. Finally. Over here? Nothing? Oh, those exploding guys. Just die, man. Okay. How do I get down there? I guess it's one way. Better try anyway, there has to be a secret in one of them. Yeah. Gotta try every single small corner. Oh, butterfly. Oh! What the hell is that? Just a butterfly. It's just a butterfly? That's it? Oh, okay. Combo breaker 3, attack up. Okay. That dealt a lot of damage. What's combo breaker? Combo count continually drop. Oh, okay. Unfortunate. I need more cocoa. Damn, I need slide. I need slide, damn it. Die. Oh, I did not see you. What the hell? Oh, okay. This is back here. Ow. Okay, gotcha. I guess I'll go down then. Ow! Ow. I need to heal. I need to get the fuck out of here. Please, I need to heal. No. Wait, what if I do... I guess I can do this. Mysterious infection. Let me heal. Wow, that sucks. One more. Wow, that also sucks. And my movement is so slow now. Also, English in the chat, please. I need to... How the what did I do here? Well, I said English on the chat and you don't want to, so how do I okay, bye-bye. Fluffy cream puff is like one of the best things, it's insane. Yeah, fluffy cream puff is definitely really good. But I do need more of those. I guess I can try sense materials conversion. I do have a lot of these fire things, and I guess I don't really use the fire element that much, so I guess I could craft those. Let me see. +3, okay. Okay, I think I'll leave that for now. Oh, this is the factory again, okay. Right, we're back here. Wait, what does the dog have golden dodge? Oh, elite. Attack and HP are increased, stun time increased, material drop is greatly increased. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Gotcha. Oh, teleportation! Okay. Heal up. Thank you very much. Rat. Oh, hello. Oh, you're back! Next one, I'm being relocated to Anathema for some new project. Honestly, I'm not keen on leaving home to help humans with their problems, but such is work, such is life. Fair enough. Gotta do what you gotta do. Go up here? No! Why am I even killing the factory dogs? Like, I feel like I shouldn't be doing this. These factory dogs ain't do nothing wrong. Well, okay, to be fair, they are shooting at me. Oh, potion. Totally missed that one. Doggo, please. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to teleport. I feel like I'm lacking some upgrades to climb the things earlier. I couldn't really find a way out. Just gonna go back, teleport. Okay, let's go back to Morose. He ain't trash, he's trying his best. Look, well, fair enough. Chica Amatori from Random Collab? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Alright, I guess I can take the train, but... No, let's go do the other place that we can go for the gear. The west is Gurren Desert, east are Verdon Gloomwood Forest, beyond the city is Anathema. Okay. We go right. World Sugar reference, LD slowback. Okay, I don't understand that. Hey, this is the demo area. Huh. Dun, dun, dun. I wonder if the demo area is gonna be similar. No, it's totally different, isn't it? Short fuse, 30 basic ground, you can immediately execute. Ah, that one. I tried this in the demo and this feels weird. Not sure if I care about the bombs that much, honestly. I don't think I'm gonna use that. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, this is really hot. Oh, there's still hidden blocks there. Yeah, let me go up. I think if this is correct, then there should be a teleportation upstairs. If it's similar anyways with the demo. But like, I think this is already different. And okay, if this is the same as demo, this is the part where there's like a bunch of piranha plants. Oh, okay, yeah. They changed it to mushroom, okay. I think previously this was the plants or the strawberry guys or something. I remember using this room to grind, actually. I remember using this room to grind a lot of materials. I wonder if I can still do that. More people? Okay. Bye-bye. I'm just gonna assume all of them are on the same group. If you think your ban is unjust, there's always the ban appeal. Which I never read, to be honest. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of ban appeals up there that I've never actually seen. What's this? Copperwood, the relics, Merry Village, Gloamwood, Anathema, and Morose. Merry Village. Oh, that's the purple village thing. Okay, I see. This, I think this feels familiar in the demo too. I think you need to slide for here though. Do I want to go there first? Well, okay, whatever. Let me check. Oh! Oh, this is like, that place in, the other place in rabi-ribi. Oh, this is nice. Oh, fire flower. I'm gonna go back, actually. I wanna explore the previous area more, a little bit more, but this is nice. It's nice to have, like, an autumn area. I wanna go back first. Let me explore this place a little bit more. I want to find a teleportation if it's possible. If I can even access one. I haven't gone down, so I guess that's probably the way. Actually, there's a couple of places that I haven't found the teleportation place. Like the mines, I don't think I found any teleportation place yet. Let's save first. Golden place? It's like an autumn forest or something. Okay. What is this? There's really nothing here? Excuse me? What is this conspicuous place? There has to be something here. What the fuck? Why is there... What the fuck? What is this place? Do I need slide? That's so weird. Oh, okay, I definitely need slide here. God damn it. Okay, I can't go up there. I can't go down there yet then. So can I not do anything else here? I guess not. I guess I can only go past this to go to the autumn place. Whoops. Bye-bye. Okay, I wonder what the fuck is happening. I wonder if people are like targeting Tevi streamer. Another Mamma Mia person. Hey, man. Alright, I can still go here. Banoi! Sorry. Wait, no, actually, I remember something. If I blow this up, and then I go back here. Hell yeah, it's trapped. I'm glad that this is still a thing. I can trap the bunny. There's supposed to be like a secret here. Well, not secret, but like an accessible area, but I guess I can't go there yet. Oh well. I have caught the bunny. That's all that matters. Orbital efficiency, basic shot consumption minus 35. Oh yeah, use that. More bunny. This? Ah, this is also in the demo, yeah. This room is also in the demo. Oh wait, there might be something up there. Hold on. If I go down... Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Come here. Oh no, that's not high enough, damn. Okay, I think I need double jump. Or wall jump. That doesn't seem to be high enough, unfortunately. Okay, let's go up there. I don't think I can go up there, unfortunately, damn. Oh, there's the teleport. Okay, good to unlock that first. What's over here? Oh, saving? Hmm? Oh. Village? It's not really a village though, is it? Also, I remember in the demo, I think the end of this room is blocked off, if I'm mistaken, in the demo. You can't go through here. Fucking dork face, excuse me, Celia? What the fuck? That's kinda mean. What do you mean, uwu? Sable, what the fuck? What do you mean, uwu? Let's go ask around. So, there's a village here? Oh, there is. Okay. Yeah, this is not a place in the demo. That's interesting. This area sucks, the one with the village and the forest. Really? Merry Villager. Welcome to Merry Village, where we can make liquor out of just about anything. Okay, so you're all drunkards, I see. Can I go in? No? Oh, these floral chaplets. They signify also things about the wearer. My golden flowers with green leaves means I'm Oh, okay. Means I'm divorced and thoroughly enjoying the single life. You're all wearing the same thing. So you're all divorced. Okay. That's good to know. Hi. Oh, that's kinda cute. She looks like a squirrel. That's kind of cute voice acting. Babon. She does have like really small ears. That's kind of cute. Cute. You'll see why soon? Okay. Make liquor out of the tears of the banished, hell yeah. Don't say ooh, please. I like the old person's voice. Old person is always nice. I have no hooch? What the fuck does hooch means? Yeah. Oops. A band of green uniform Magitech swept past our merry village, seemingly all out of sorts. It was most peculiar. Okay, so another group of hacked up Magitech then, I see. My darling twins, always too curious for their own good, followed them into the forest, but they haven't been seen since. Twins? So there are multiple twins? The forest fog. Oh, is this gonna be... Is this gonna be the decaying fog? But we don't have any anti-decay stuff. Huh. Or I guess maybe not really. Fog is, I guess, a little bit different. They were brunettes with long wavy hair crowned with red flowers signaling their eligibility for marriage. Okay. Okay, so they're triplets then, I see. This village is fucked up. I mean, to be fair, they're all like drunkards. Yep, slim but shapely just like yourself. Yeah, Granny, you're definitely in that shape. Yep. Thank you, Granny. Natsukashi no. Yep, yep, thank you, Grandma. Okay. Can I still talk with you again? Oh, yeah. That's nice. Alright, let's see what's up. I've been brewing moonshine from mushrooms I found in the forest. It made me feel really strange. Wanna try? No thank you. I think I'm good. Alright, let's see what's up. Would beer even matter to you guys? Actually, how much organic are you guys? I don't even know. I'm still wondering, like earlier we got a dialogue that's like, I wonder if this is like related to our case, because like, technically speaking, we should be able to go through here before we do the Magitech stuff, right? I think? Or maybe not. Wait, why are you here? You're not even gonna like... You have no dialogues or anything? You're just standing there menacingly? Okay. Sure. A little bit weird, but okay. Hi. Oh. Oh! Wait. Wait! Wait! Wait a second! Oh, that's adorable! Okay, I wonder if this is intentional. This is exactly a part in rabi-ribi's forest. This is exactly a part in rabi-ribi's map. This is the first place you spawn in rabi-ribi. Or not, sorry, this is Arena's home. Oh, I just realized that's one pink bunny over there. That's a special bunny. Oh my god, is that actually like Arena? That's actually really cute. I wonder what the lore implication is now. Because there's a special pink bunny, and this is the place where supposedly Arena's home is, and I believe this is where the teleportation room is. This is where you first get into the crystal cave. Is there anything else over here? No? Oh! Special action olive branch?
Lower your already diminutive stature to signal nearby entities that you come in peace. It may also entice certain fuzzy creatures. Oh! Using special look confused. Equip that. Absolutely equip that. So if I do batch, if I do that, and special action. Oh, that's so cute! Your civic duty. It is my duty to pet the bunny. Alright. I need to pet Arena. Arena, come here. Not you, but I mean, I guess you're fine too, but I want Arena. Pet. Brother, come here. Let me pet you. What the fuck? No. Oh my god. Why? Now? Come on. Let me pet you. No. I want the pink bunny. Pink bunny, come on. Can I not pet her? Can I not specifically get the pink bunny? Come on. I want to. No! Come on! Really? Can I not? How do I? No, I can't! What the fuck? Kill the others? I don't know if I want to do that. I might be able to... Can I upper slash them? I might be able to like upper slash them. Ah, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I want to upper slash. No. No, I can't. Okay. Come on. No, it refuses to be pet. God damn it. The pink bunny refuses to be pet. I can't pet it. Damn. Fine. Fine. 0 out of 10 game can't pet Arena. Honestly, that's so sad that you can't pet the other one. Be careful, once the fog sets into the forest, people often panic and get lost. Only by careful observation can the right path be found. Oh, it's one of those. So it's a maze. Okay. Let me save again. Okay. Alright, see you again, Arena. Bye-bye. This area was horrible. I can imagine if that's the kind of gimmick. Alright, let's go. The fog. The fog is coming. Okay. Magitite shard, okay. Welcome to hell, you don't have blower or planter and steam. Oh boy. Okay. Ow. Hey. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so where the fuck am I? Misty Maze. Oh, okay, I see. Down. Oh! I assume I have to take the red flower path? I think we started with the red flower. We started by following the red flower, so maybe we just need to follow the red flower. So far, it seems to be working. More bunnies. Hey, bunnies. Pet. Okay, bye-bye. Alright, I'm just gonna follow the red flowers then. Wait, what? How do I get up there? Wait, what? Can I not? Do I have to go back? Oh, this is different. Okay. Okay, so I guess go down. And go down here. Although there are some secret paths over there. No, that's also red, but I guess I can't go there yet, so I guess I'll go down. Whee. Okay, this one's also red. That's not red. Oh. Oh! Cool, I got one already. Oh wait, she's actually not... She's actually very different. How are you twins? What the fuck? Have you heard of Forest of Illusion from Super Mario World? I assume? I'm not sure about that. Okay. Non-identical twins exist. I guess. That's true. There's also like Fuamoko. Anisete Amaretto, and the other person is Bourbon for some reason. That's a very different name. Babon Bachan. Okay, so she is a squirrel, gotcha. Alright. Wait, but the red flower is here for some reason. Oh no, there is red flower here, okay. And I guess go down? Well, that's the only path that I can take. Oh, it's you again. One of you. So then I guess go up. You're much tankier than I remember. Nope. Whoa, hello. And where's again? Here? And then over to the left. And then up. And to the right. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that. And then down. Naja! Hello. And over here? Oh! Wait, what? Oh, right, I can just go there. Right, I'm stupid. And save? Do I go down? Do I go back? There's no red flowers here. The red flowers on the right. I mean, it would be weird if I go back, but I guess I go down then. Oh, there she is. Wait, you're not? Why can't I interact with you? Oh wait, no, you're the same person. Wait, what? Oh, I can go up here now, okay. Gotcha. And you completed it? I did not think red flowers were the key. Well, I guess it was a little bit of luck, because that's the only thing that I noticed when the person said observation, so... Go back, I guess? Oh yeah, okay. This is different again. Oh, you! The circus man.
Hoshitachi-yo.
Hoshitachi-yo. I hate this person, never mind.
可憐な乙女のもとに私を導くとはどのような辛抱であろうか。私、名をロレオと申すが。
This guy breathes a lot. Are you guys hearing this guy speaking? He always goes like, my name is Rolio. Will I have the honor of learning the name of this most bewitching blossom?
可憐って私のことですか?
Enough evil man monologue, let's battle already. Okay, to be fair, he only has to have one dialogue.
無論私を除いてね。君は私にお似合いだ。青々とした翡翠の瞳に私の魂は囚われてしまったよ。
See, he even does that. It's like, しまったよ。
私の名前はアマレットです。
なんと神羅万象の教養を極めし私の耳にすらその名は甘美なる歌。レディアマレット。
レディアマレット。
隠れての昼毛を共にしてはくれまいか。
ダメです。それ以上私に近づかないで。
Hey, stranger danger.
うわぁ、前に見た土佐回りの三文オペラより劇的です。見てはいけ
Damn,
ない
they
も
even
のを
have
見て
soap
しまい
operas
ました
for
わ。
demons. Hey, stranger danger. He's using so much cigarette, maybe.
そこら辺にしてあげてよね。イカれたロミオさん。
Romeo is canon in the Tevi universe.
私の名前はロレオだが。おほ、これはまた。
This guy falls for any kind of girls.
名前を聞かせてくれたまえ。
私はテビー。そこのアマレットの正当なパートナーよ。彼女のエスコートは私の役目だから、おつむお花畑のキモいおっさんは私の姿が前にとっとと退場しちゃって。
おっさん、いいな、いいな、いいな。私を捕まえてその表現はありえぬ。
Kai but Nail? I don't think Kai have this amount of riz. Well, I mean, it's hard to say that this is riz. This is a little bit creepy, but at least he has confidence. I'm not sure about Kai.
私は誓ってやましいことなど考えておらぬ。ただ我が心に潜む野獣のごとき欲望に忠実に従うのみである。
Also, I just realized he's holding a rose with, like, you know, rose have very spiky, what do you call it? Branch? I don't think branch is the right word. Very spiky things. And he's just holding it, like, very casually. Thorns? No, I mean, the stem, I guess? I mean, the stem is thorny. The branch is thorny? I don't know. She's too airheaded for this flirtation, exactly. Yeah, I guess stem it is, yeah. Okay, let's fight. Kimo! Oh, I like that.
痛い虚言と妄想にお付き合いするのはもうゴリゴリですわ。時には基本に立ち
Yeah, you tell him, Celia.
シンプルに拳で語り合うのもこのようなものを相手にするにはよろしくてよ。
Let's go. Ah, Okay. Whoa, okay. Excuse me? Physical reflect. Okay, that's annoying. Oh, that's fast. What? Okay, how am I supposed to know that? Okay, how am I supposed to know that too? Pokemon Truffles. Okay, I should be closer to him, I think. Okay, no, I should be farther from him now. Okay, in general, I should be close to him. Oh! Okay. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Please do not say that. Ow. Ow! Okay, that does a lot of damage. What the fuck? 41. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Jesus. He wants you to get close. Okay, well, look, I mean, that's the strat. Oh, really? I didn't manage to... Oops, okay. Okay, no, get the fuck away. Get the fuck away. Get out. Ah! I didn't manage to hit him. Ow. Ah! That's type. I need to kill those things. No, it keeps on jumping away from me. Oh, that's so annoying. Get away, get away. I need to kill those things. Okay, there we go. More Cocoa Truffles. This is really bad. My health. Oof. Can I craft in the middle of battle? Oh, unable to craft during battle though. Okay, fair enough. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Do not scream at me like that. Shut the fuck up. Please do not say Moto. Oh! Oh, there's bullets from underground too. You still have one more phase too. Oh my god, I just realized his knockback animation have parts in it. That's fucking disgusting, bro. Ow. What? That's bullshit. Oh, am I supposed to destroy that flower? Hold on. I might... Ooh. Oh, that does offense down. Okay. Okay. I should really destroy that flower. Ooh. Ah! Well, how the fuck am I supposed to dodge that? Okay, I should destroy that flower. Gotcha. He feels like Lilith from rabi-ribi and Satan from Puyo Puyo combined. I slightly remember Satan, but not fully. Okay, I think I'm gonna eat the pocket biscuit and make a fluffy cream. No, I don't have enough for fluffy cream puff. Okay, I might be able to if I do this. This? Okay, lucky conversion. Oh, did I get the thing? Oh yeah, I did. I did get a rare shard. Nice. Okay, fluffy cream buff. Let's go. He makes me uncomfortable. I think that's the point, to be fair. Yoisha. Get out. Get away from me. Fucking creep. Ah! How did I not get hit by that? Ah, fuck. Break. Oh, shut the fuck up! I hate that so much! Do not moan. Shut up! Oh my god, I hate this guy so much. Oh, that's quite a lot of damage. Oh! Ow, that hurts. Ah, okay. Ooh, okay. Ow. Get out. Ah! I should have healed. I haven't healed. Fuck. Fair enough, but kick his ass. That's the plan, to be fair. I'm trying to kick his ass, okay? Okay, I got Fluffy Cream Puff, gotcha. Romeo and Bunny, what a classic story. Yep, that's definitely the classic story. Oh, really? Not the physical reflect again. Ow! Oh, that's such an annoying ass timing. Ugh. I need to get rid of these flower thingy. Okay, there we go. Lucky. Oh, you can push the flowers away. Okay. Shut up. Okay, good. Starting to get the hang of it a little bit more. Okay. Let's heal. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, not this again. That's a big offense down. Let's go reflect again. Please, just let me get off. Uh-oh. What? Oh, okay. Oh, that's fucked. Okay, that's kind of cool. I kind of like this attack, actually. That's kind of sick. I got lucky on that. Oh, it's that bear's attack. One of the bear sisters' attack is that. Ow. Is it safe to heal? It is! Okay. Get away. What? Ow. Ow! Okay, I think we're back? Question mark? I think we're back? Are we back? Say yes if if we're back, please. I thought it was my internet. No, I think my OBS just randomly dropped. I don't know why. But I think we're back. Are we back? Are we good? I think we're good. Try refresh. Okay, so if you're still stuck, refresh. Okay, I think we're good. Let's continue. But I think we might be able to beat him this turn. He's very close to dying. Okay, well, okay, never mind. He's that close to dying. This is such a fucking dramatic, Jesus.
この感覚、これは何だというのだ。不可解な、このような苛烈な死を痛みしか感じぬはず。
Ew. Okay, so this is his awakening to being this is his awakening to become a sub. What the fuck is this? What's weird is that he's using a whip as an attack too, but turns out he's the masochist. That's crazy. Ew! No! Get the fuck out! Shut the fuck up! No, shut the fuck up. Ew. No. Stranger danger. Chokimo. No, don't say that, Tevi. He's gonna want that. Yeah, that's exactly. Let's just go home. Leave him in the dirt to rot, that's the plan. Tevi's just like, I'm gonna kill him. No, no, don't say that. Okay, he has humanity. That doesn't make him less of a creep, okay? Let's go throw him off a cliff. I'm still throwing him off a cliff. Like, just because he has a little bit of humanity. The fog. Whoops. I still can't watch? Try refresh. Should be fine. I can open my own stream. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. He's a predator himself, you know? Yeah. What, you're married secretly? Ah, okay, that makes sense too. Is this something that Squirrel does? I mean, in fairness, Roleo might still be down to that. Honestly, who knows? Maybe that's another awakening for Roleo. He was just awakened to being a masochist. Maybe he's gay. That's fine, he's still cute. Yeah, exactly.
まぶたに浮かぶ父の記憶はいつも私に問いかけるのです。村の皆さんが私を受け入れてくださったこと、本当に感謝しています。私は自分の肌にさえ
Okay, so this
馴染め
is
ずにいるのです。
exactly like
自分の今の予想
what's her name? Bridget. This is probably just gonna be exactly like Bridget, isn't it?
ロレオ様の強さを拝見して、私の中の父の記憶が
I need to clarify
強
this
く呼び
squirrel.
覚まされました。
Okay, let's go home.
ロレオ様、申し訳ございません。騙そうなどとい
Welcome
う
back.
気持ちはありませんでした。私に対する商用のお言葉、それをすべてなかったこととして結構です。
アマレット、君は
Yep, see? I'm telling you, he knows.
愛しき君の素性など
He's into that.
私には一目見た時から知れていたよ。いいかね、私の追い求める美とは
Okay, so he's bi.
波長の美なのだよ。
Good for you. You do look like someone who's bisexual, to be fair.
高みに登る私はその思考の美に酔いしれているのだよ。
Okay, to be fair, don't you bisexuals. Bisexuals are the strongest being. Second to asexual. Asexual is the strongest.
君の生き様は
It's fine if you're a bi, just don't be a creep, fair enough.
何をもってして
I'm bi too, okay.
君の
Makes
輝
sense.
きを曇らせるものはない。なぜならその輝きは君の魂の輝きであり、他の誰のものでもない。ただ一つの君だからだ。
You guys can't hear it, but my stomach rumbled like 3 times. I'm so fucking hungry. I didn't get enough food. I feel like I kind of want to eat something, but I don't think there's any snacks outside that I can eat. Oh well.
君よ、どうか誠実であれ。
You need to eat a flower? Well, I'm certainly not eating Roleos.
君は魂の開拓者となって良識を課せられた大衆を照らせ。
Okay, his dialogue. This dialogue doesn't seem to be as creepy. At least it's pretty motivational. It's pretty motivational, although dramatic.
ロレオ様、すごいです。まさに占領役者です。
私ちょっと無理かも。
私を見くびってもらっては困るな。テビーお嬢様、そして天使のお嬢様、悪魔のお嬢様。
悪魔のお嬢様?
輝く魅惑の
That's not quite right.
君たちもまた私の新しい愛とならん。
Stable, tell him.
僕はお嬢様ではありません。
ちょっとお待ちになって。今あなたこのアマレットに愛の告白をなさったばかりではありませんの？
思考のボンビビ
So Bob are excellence. What the fuck are you saying?
この世にこれほどまでに愛すべき存在が溢れていることはなんという祝福。そして
He's French. Oh my god. I know that. The worst.
同じ香りのバラは2つとない。たとえ幾千の渓谷に守られようと、その方向が我が鼻腔をくすぐるなら。
Oh, that's why he's holding a rose, because he's secretly masochistic, so he likes holding the rose.
はい、結構でした。
結構でした。
大衆観劇紹介しとくわ。
なぜそのような冷たくも魅惑的なあしらいを。拒絶は情熱の炎を煽るだけだというのに。
Ew. Shut up. Don't take a step closer.
距離を詰めねば。
Tevi, throw him off the cliff.
わからぬではないか。
あんたみたいな自己中のお誘いとかありえないし、そもそも背の高い男って私趣味じゃないの。
There's an image that I need to show. This is my feeling right now. Hold on. Wait. This is me right now. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. He's beyond saving.
なるほど。私をひざまずかせてその足元で靴を舐めよというのならそう命ぜよ。いつでも喜んで応じてみせよう。
No, just go down the cliff.
なんなのこいつ。バーボンばあちゃんが心配しすぎて目を回してたわ。早く戻らないときっと一大事ね。さあ、
Run away.
行くわよ。
Run away. Kneel down and somersault off a cliff, Jesus. Oh good, we're transported immediately back.
妹を連れ戻してくださって本当に感謝します。
問題ないわ。
All options are still on the table, true.
こりゃあれほど森の中は危ない言うとったじゃろに。この時期の森の霧は
Alright, there's that, sorry.
ドキンガンの酔っ払いの視界そのままじゃもん。
I really like the Granny's VA.
ババごめんねばっちゃん。
ミーマオ
抑えきれなくてどうしても調べてみたかったの。浮かれて霧の森の怖さ忘れちゃってた。
奇妙な生き物がうようよいたわね。変態かもしれませんけど、あの強烈なラブコール、あなたはいかがでしたの？思い出したくないわ。
さあアニゼット行こう。皆さんにも私たちの無事を伝えないと。
I got killed by a status effect, damn. Cool. Good end.
あれまあ、アマレットがほあからめとる恋する乙女そのものじゃ。昔々イケメンに追い回されとった
Okay, yeah, sure, Grana.
連中の口説き文句に胸躍らせたもんじゃわい。ほんにええ男らじゃった。
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure, Grandma.
生き生きしたアマレット見るのは久しぶりじゃね。誰かええ人
Does she know? I mean,
かな。
she must know, right?
見つけたかもね。さてバーボンばあちゃん、約束通り双子は連れ帰ったわよ。ってことで例の歯車っぽいもの、どこで見かけたのか教えてくれるでしょ？
ああ、そうじゃ、思い出したわ。村の若い氏が持ってきとったな。歯車みたいじゃけど様子が変ってことでな。わしはウイスキーやるときコース
That's a coaster for my whiskey glasses.
ようわからんけど、それにグラス
Oh.
不思議と酒がうもうなるんじゃ。
Oh boy, it's
魔力持っとったみたいじゃな。
a mana beer. It's a magical
何
beer.
ですって？コースターって
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Oh, this is spoiler. This is spoiler, but Konosuba movie spoiler. Konosuba movie spoiler. They used one of the strongest magical staff in the village as like a hanger, as like a clothes hanger, like a clothes dryer.
それじゃあそのコースターまだあるわよね。
昨日えらく派手なよそもんが来てな。長い赤毛の
There's a fiddle with a main of flower right here. Oh no! No, Leo has them! Okay.
コースターにえらく興味持っとったみたいじゃから、肌でくれてやったわ。いやまあ本当にええ男じゃったの。
Okay. We should have killed Leo. Is there a movie? Yeah, there's it's like a Megumin village arc.
赤毛長髪派手あいつしかいないわよね。
Flouncing fob. Okay, thanks, Granny. I guess we didn't do that for
私
anything.
の手落ちね。まさかロレオもアストラルギア探してたなんて思ってもなかったわ。あ あの変態野郎に会った時からずっとあのキモい喋りどこかで聞いたことがあるって思ってたんだけど。
Oh right, yeah, you have seen him in the bandit space.
シジルの扱いに長けてらっしゃったのにも。
でもロレオさんのあの振る舞い、盗賊団とは思えませんけど。
Oh, how easily swayed you are, Sable.
気配もなかったですし。
あいつは強引な手段取る必要がないのよ。下先三寸で人の心どうにでも操れるやつなんだから。
Yep.
確かに
Persuasion check.
どっちみち手遅れね。とっくにもうどこかに雲隠れしてんでしょ。心配ご無用ですわ。あの方テビーにだいぶ入れ込んでましたから、近い将来きっとまたお目にかかる機会はあるでしょうね。勘弁してよ。
Cute. Hope the content's updated.
もしもし。
ベビーベビーラビー愛してる。
Okay, Zema. Shut up.
キモいもう切る。
あ、ごめんごめんごめん。いいニュースがあるんだよ。
Oh, okay.
心臓の解析が終わったんだ。どうやら新型魔界族に対応できるように改造されていたみたいだね。
Ah, I see.
遠方に隠れている制御者からの特定の音響信号を受信すると、こいつは魔界の内部処理を
Yeah, that's
中
about
断
as
させて
expected.
システムを不安定にしコアに介入する。
ハイジャックみたいなものかな。
いい例えだね。
Okay, so it's basically an old bug that is renewed
非常
for
に
newer
高度な
model.
技術だし、また入念にハッキングの痕跡は隠蔽されている。そんな工作も私みたいな天才技術者の前では意味なかったけどね。
There.
僕は簡単に修理して遠隔制御者の発信する信号を解析できるように改造した。それでは
Heart of the capital city.
こいつは首都中心部からの信号を受信していたんだ。
もしかしてその発信源って。
ご明察だ。宮殿の最奥部に王立研究所があるんだ。変貌心臓の開発はそこで始まったものだ。しかし宮殿から制御信号が発信されているとなると、これは穏やかではないね。巷ではここは呪われた場所などと言われているところだし。
呪われているですか。
Oops, hold on, wait. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I was checking something on OBS.
宮殿内の劣化の濃度があれほど高いのか。
Ah, decay.
私たちバルハラ人はあの宮殿を忌むべき場所と認識しております。あのような場所のそば
That
に
reminds me, we haven't returned to the shop to see what's up. We have a lot of coins that we haven't spent.
とて周辺のパトロールはしていても劣化へは無力。
変貌心臓への発信源が宮殿とのことですけれど。
確かに謎よね。
Coin spendage H. Hell yeah.
新手場の商店にいる CC に聞くといい。
Ah, well, okay, there we go. I was just thinking about the shop because they mentioned decay, and I'm like, oh yeah, we get the anti-decay from CC. I should probably visit CC. And there they go. They're telling me to also visit CC.
その彼女のことだよ。彼女の薬屋は下世話な噂話から国家機密までが渦巻く情報の穴場なんだ。劣化にまつわる件は特に詳しいから、何か新しい情報を握っているかもしれないよ。
Naja. Alright, I kind of want to go back and see what's anything there. About the golden hands? Calculated maneuvers. The lawless. Okay. About the peacekeepers. Law enforcement organization based on the city of Boros during the Magitech Rebellion. They played a crucial role combating the Magitech, led by Vanessa. Their duties as peacekeeper, maintaining order, defending against threats. New type of Magitech called New Types. Okay. But travel. Travel industry is the largest corporation. As for mining, cleaning up war-torn area in the continent, leading increase in operational territory, access to new natural resources, influential in supporting key institution on AS, powerful member of AS Central Power, policy demanded primarily by their mercantile elites. What the fuck does that mean? Morose. Damn, this is long. I'm just gonna skim through these. Morose strictly vast and full and untamed factories make up Morose. Fierce competition for jobs. Mismatched ideals between worker and management. Many workers feel discontent. As culinary capital, although there's only pancakes there. Merchant coffee and pastries. Okay. Manufacturers in Morose shuddered. Business opportunities to adapt and invest in new technologies. They're able to steer market as they saw fit. Gradual leadership. Reintroducing Magitech, new type Magitech. Residents of Morose were wary of the return of Magitech, however, optimistic advertising campaign improved safety, new Magitech models. Oh, I guess that might mean... I wonder if the bug is supposed to be like... kind of like, a propaganda kind of deal, where it's like, oh, actually, it's not as secure as you think, kind of thing. I realized I hadn't read those. To be fair, I usually probably wouldn't really read those that much. But Astral Gears, Cogs amplify power. Astral Cogs are highly coveted. Damn, this is also really wrong. About sigils, sigils are powerful items. I think I've already read this. Magitech Rebellion, I think I've already read this too. Boss data. I wonder if there's any death. No, it doesn't say any death, I think. It does say damage received, but yeah, it doesn't mention how many deaths I took. Okay. I kind of want to go back here and see what's up. By the way, what's the deal with you? Why are you just standing here menacingly? So weird. Nothing up there? Okay. I'm gonna go back. Hi, Arena. Fine. Okay, I won't pet you. Oh, it's raining. Yep, I know. I wanna go back. Defense down. The fog. I wanna see if there's new places to explore in the fog. Oh my goodness, okay. Ow. I want to try just backtracking the fog a little bit. Over here? I don't remember this place. Have I been here? Where the fuck am I? Hold on. Oh, we're back here again. Okay, I see. I assume that if I go the wrong way, I just go back. Like if I go here, will I go back at the beginning? Where the fuck am I? Okay. Oh yeah, okay, I'm just back at the beginning, gotcha. Ugh! There are potions in the fog. Is there? I didn't find any. I wonder if I have to take some non-flower path. Oh, that's music. Da 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 da. How do I get up there? Weird. What if I go here? What is this place? This is new. I can't go up there. Oh wait, no, I can. I can break that. Cool. This is... Oh, back to the frog place. How do I break that? Let me try going down. Can I go there? No. No? Okay. I found a potion, I tried everything that I got lost. Took so long to figure out what to do here. Yeah, I'll try to do, I guess, like, different colored flowers. Though, it's still a bit confusing. These doesn't have flowers, though, is the thing. Also, I don't know if I can break those, is also the other thing. Okay, well, this is yellow, so let me try here. No, this is back to the start again. God damn it. Let me try again. No, this is already back again. Okay. So go down. Oh! I just used the map markers to mark where I went. I mean, I know where to go. I already finished this place earlier, but I just want to explore. I just want to explore if there's like extra places to be. Okay, no. Behind the red piranha were purple flowers. Oh. I think... Could I have gone to the purple flowers earlier though? I don't think I can. I think it was blocked off, wasn't it? I cannot go up there. I think I was here before though. I was also here before, I think. Okay, like, there's path over there, but I can't go there somehow. And I can't go up there either. Oh, I guess I can go back here. Let me try. No? No? Hmm. Okay, I've been here before too. Huh. Yeah, I can't go there. I don't think I can break anything here. There's a hint? Yeah, the hint is to follow the red flower. Let me try following this yellow one. Will this go? No, this goes back. Okay. Oh! I didn't even notice the flower because I'm blind. Oh, man. Imagine if you are playing this as a colorblind person. Actually, Pahi, a streamer that I know, is, like, partially colorblind. So I'd imagine it would be very hard for him. But to be fair, Pahi is also a very determined player. So I think he wouldn't mind getting lost. Okay, there's purple flower over there. I wonder if that's gonna mean anything. Oh, there's something over up there. Hold on. Ah, but it's way too high. I don't think I can... Yeah, it's way too high. Oh, this is new. Wait, I need the mushrooms. Fuck. Oh wait, no, I don't. I'm stupid. Here we go. There's no hints. Oh, okay, we're back here. Let's go down again. I didn't know the hint, so I had to use map markers and trial and error it, and then I reload halfway point and said back at the start. Yeah, I can imagine that. Missed the first stream. What difficulty are you on? I'm an expert. You can see my difficulty under the map.
It marks the difficulty. Die. These purple enemies are so tanky. Die. Here. Die. Okay. I wonder if there's anything special over here. Nope, I'm back at the beginning. Okay, you know what? I'd imagine I got the potion. I think I'm good. I'm gonna head out now. Pretty horrible at bullet hell game. I struggled in Undertale pacifist. In fairness, Undertale pacifist can be kind of hard if you're not like an avid gamer. It can be kind of problematic, especially like on some of the later areas. I want to save. This is a nice place to be. Let me pet you. There we go. Do your civil duty. So if I were to play maybe not expert, yeah, so I'm not sure if I think I've already talked about this before, but like in the demo, the difficulty between hard to expert is a gigantic it's a very big difference. It's a very big difference between hard and expert. Hard is like way too easy for some people, and expert is like suddenly a jump of difficulty. So even if you play a hard, you might actually still be fine. And even then, you can change the difficulty by sleeping in your bed. So yeah. The skill set required to be good at traditional bullet hell and something like this are different, to be fair. Yeah, it is very different. This is pretty much a platformer thing rather than a bullet hell thing. It does have like some bullet hell patterns, but for the most part to dodge it, you do need mainly a platformer brain. Good to know. Oh no! Wait, so he was here? You! No. No, why was he here? I should have thrown him off the cliff. I should have thrown him off the cliff. Okay. Okay, I think we're done with this village. Slight note, I hate this plotline. I don't mind it that much. I think it's a bit weird that it's kind of like somewhat like what do you call it? Kind of like useless because like we didn't get anything out of this. But I think it's fine. It does introduce some characters and I think it's kind of cute. But Leo is kind of creepy, but I guess that's kind of just how he is. As a buy, we do not claim Rolio, fair enough. Lomot Anathema, Merry Village, Verdurzy. Oh yeah, we haven't explored the sea much on the demo. Did I keep going, or...? No, okay, let's go down a little bit. I was having fun doing air combos on Rolio. I mean, it is pretty cool, but also, every time you attack Rolio, Rolio goes like, oh yes! Hit me more, my lady! Which is, shut the fuck up. I ruined my save in the sea by going there too early? Oh, really? I don't know if it's patch giving you a fair warning. The game has been... Okay. I was looking at Steam a couple of times today. There was like 5 different updates today, I swear. Like, the game keeps on getting updated. Oh, hello. Oh, I can't talk to you, okay. Oh, new batch. Man armor. When an MP is above 150, damage taken minus 12. Oh, okay. Interesting. Hello. If you didn't have the story marker there, you were screwed, and it autosaves it there too. Oh, weird. When the tradition was broken without the water traversal item, you can't go back the other way. Oh, okay, I see. Irish the sea area TP is closed, you can escape. Oh, okay. Maybe it was patched, because I thought the game was patched like a couple of times. It could be patched, because like Gamma is very quick on patching things. Even on the demo, whenever someone made a small complaint, Gamma immediately fixes them. Oh, I cannot go here. Oh no, I might be able to. Hold on, I might be able to. All right. All right, bad. There we go. Oh wait, there's nothing there. Okay. Well, okay, I guess that didn't really do much. I couldn't really get there anyways. Unfortunate. The way out is the map precision I mentioned, but obviously broke. You spawn inside and get sent out. It's very far away to the area we passed teleported. It might be patched. It might be patched. Because Gemma is very fast on patching things, so it might be patched. There was a couple of times in the demo where teleporters got moved around too. Okay, there's really nothing else here. Okay. Guess can't do much. Just an extra part of the area then. Do you know there are other games that are 2 horror games by them? I saw one of them. I don't remember 2. I know there's 1 horror game from them. Oh no, I remember the other one. Yeah. The other one is one is like a visual novel, right? And the other one I think is like a top-down, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I'm not really interested in that, but yeah. I know they exist, but they're not the kind of game that I would play, so... Also, I don't think it's by... It's definitely not by... Wait, what? Crying Pony? Crying Pony isn't by Gemma. That's by, what's his name? I suddenly forgot the name. It's from the Inscription guy, right? Same company? Same company? Crest Spirit? Or do you mean, something else? The game isn't like your game just programmed. Well, I mean, that's basically his game. Gemma, from what I read, is basically like the reason why Tevi is a bunny, so... I would still consider, like, if Gemma is the main programmer, then this is his game. Okay, let's see. Dun, dun. Crap. Ow! That really hurts, what the fuck? Okay. These textures are like... Are these not the same as rabi-ribi? Maybe not. Maybe I'm going crazy. Yo, a shoe? Helmet crap going nuts. Frog. Can I bomb that? Yes, I can. Oh. Hello. What is this? Isn't this Anathema? Is this under Anathema? Or maybe not. The sewers. It is patched now? Okay, yeah. Cool. So, Gemma did work fast. Crap. Let me see. Where the fuck am I? Outer moat? Literally right here in the sewers. Oh, not you! I hate you guys so much in the demo. And there he goes. Die. Rat. This is a long way. I just keep on going forward and see what's happening. What the? Cables? Oh my god, they bounce around. Tanky ass crabs. Okay, magic tight shard. They go up. Oh, I should have used the bat. Damn. Let me try respawning them. We go up, actually. We go up here. Okay, this is probably just gonna go here or something. Fuck. Okay, bye-bye. I'm just gonna leave you. Whoa! Why is that guy, like, supercharged? How did I not get hit by that? That's insane. Hey, man, a tight chart. Eat a biscuit. Okay. I opened the settings menu during a boss by accident. The game locked up. What the? Uh-oh. Better just, like, report any kind of bug you see, because, like, the team is definitely watching. Alright, bad. Oh, I don't think that's high enough. Can I actually do it? No, I think that's a bit too high. No, that's too high, damn. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a bit too high. Unfortunate. I think you need a wall jump if there is one, probably. I mean, there has to be a wall jump. There is wall jump with the demo, so... Fuck these guys in particular. Okay. Let's go up. No, let's go right first, actually. Oh. Defense? Why do you keep on running away? After taking damage, invincibility duration... Oh, okay. How much sigil cost is that? 5, okay. Fair enough. I have 3 extra, so I just need to take out, like, 2. Guess I'll take out that. Okay, there we go. Bye. I hate how they face out during combo. Yeah! I also really don't like that of that guy. Fox, keep on running away. Die. They're pretty tanky too. No, I need slide. Okay. Okay, so I can't go there yet. I need slide. I guess I can mark the map. Well, let's just go down then. You have so much money. Yeah, I have not spent my money at all. But I have not returned to the shop after my first visit. And I probably should really return. Greedy? No, I just forgot that the shop exists, to be honest. Alright, let's keep on going right here. Ah! Uh-oh. Ooh. Ow. Why do you take so little damage? What the? Okay. Okay, we're just gonna hop over you guys. Wait, is this the place that you're talking about? Is this where you get stuck on? Oh no, I can go up. Level up. Oh, I kind of want to go more to the right. I can't go more to the right, right? Okay. Ah, damn. Oh, never mind. I guess not. No, the place is blocked. No, I can't go to the right. What the fuck is that? What the hell are you? What the fuck? Weird ass crystal. Reminds me of the rabi-ribi crystal. No, okay, I guess it's just that. Doesn't matter then. Gonna eat that truffle. Ramiel? It's not as big as Ramiel, that's for sure. Hmm? In there? No? I swear there keeps on having inconspicuous, like, holes. Ugh! I go way too high. Okay, whatever. I like that not all enemies are out to get you. Oh, here's a teleporter. I like that not all enemies are out to get you and that you can like sneak behind enemies. I thought that's really cool. Oh, hi. Ah, damn. Oh, I might be able to Goomba Stomp that guy. Oh, you again. Oh. I might be able to Goomba Stomp the previous one too. Okay, it's just that. How did I not get hit by that? That's a miracle. Let's go here. Okay, I guess I can't go there. Oh, I didn't mean to go down. Whoops. Let me try going up again. Whoops. Hey. No, okay. Okay, that's fine. I know where that is anyways. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, I see. So this is where you go down. Oops. Ow. Ow. Okay. Not much I can do left here. I guess I'll just go back to Morose. I felt I missed so many bombable walls. Yeah, it's like in rabi-ribi that would have been bombable walls, but for some reason there's just like empty places sometimes once in a while. Is there a safe spot inside here? Wait, hold on. I'm kind of curious. Is there a safe spot here? I kind of forgot. No, I guess not. Actually, do you have anything new to say? No, okay. Bye-bye. Hey, Lucas, haven't played nor watched BC in a year. What's going on? It's gone to shit. It's terrible now. Well, okay, not really. It's not that bad, but the direction that Konos has taken recently is kind of questionable to say the least. But it's not too terrible. Have we been... Okay, yeah. Windmill. When combo rank is B or above basic combo with 3. Right, stationary air slash. Any melee attack induces dominant state in the opponent. Next super slash combo count +2. Okay, I want to try this because I have an upper slash batch already. Damage dealt to targets in blowback state +75. Only 10% of the target is in break state. 10% plus damage on break state is pretty nice. I guess I'll buy it just cause. Duration of fast between MP regeneration is eh. I guess I'll also take this. I'll think about the other one. Oh wait, do you not? Wait, I thought we're supposed to talk with her to. I thought we're supposed to talk with her to talk about decay, but I guess not. Okay. I'll take damage. I'll take damage. You know what? I'll take everything. Fuck it. Thank you. So you have nothing in stock. Nothing in stock. Cute. I think you have to go to Anna. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I just got here. Does the game live up to the hype? I'd say so, yes. I think there's a couple of, like, places to be improved, but for the most part, I think it lives up to the hype. What do I go to the train station for again? I already don't remember. What am I going here for? Oh, I can just straight out go to Anathema from here. Huh. Well, that's neat. Transit via train, arriving in Anathema. Neat. Cool. I didn't even need to explore that much. I could just take the fucking train. Bullshit. I literally just took a fucking train ticket. Are you level 12? No, I'm level 10. I do remember there's an NPC that talks about level 12 person, yeah.
すごく平和に見えるわね。ここがあんな動乱の舞台だなんて信じらんない。アナテマがあの反乱からいち早く復興できたのはルネッサさんの尽力あってのことですわ。何しろ都市中央には動乱の震源地である。
The stream cutting is a problem for the lurkers. Wait, is there any problem with the stream right now, or?
そんなに荒れていたのに、なぜ住民の多くがここに留まったのでしょうか。
アナテマはアズ大陸の権力の中枢にして近代的マナギ
I do like the characters in this game, yeah. They're pretty nice, and the voice acting of this game is so good.
にとっては捨てられない大切な町なのではないかしら。そして獣人族は人族のマナ技術なくしてマナを扱えないわ。
なるほどです。それにしても 少し不穏な気配を感じませんか？微妙な緊張感と。
Oh yeah, stream that cut earlier for like once. That's it.
認め合うところもあるとはいえ、人族と獣人族はずっと対立する存在ですもの。
Ah, classic racism in video games.
それは両種族が共に暮らすこの町でも変わりありませんわ。
The store in each city has different items available. Just okay. The cars around here have been replaced so often, I hardly have time to learn one's name before another takes place. Who knows what's going on with them? Poor guys. Racism, yeah, let's go. Never get used to the food here. Tiny little portion on huge plates dressed up with splendors of God knows what. No wonder humans are so frail. They're malnourished. So true, bestie. Okay, can't go there. Hey, this is still here. Oh, this is the exact same... Okay, this is also the exact same thing in the demo. Wait, no. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. Some of the humans here are weird, the racism sucks. Racism do be racism. Oh, this is new. Oh, I can't talk to you. Is there no one that I can talk with? Who the f... Oh, you're the one who asked for level 12, right? Yeah, level 22, never mind. What level am I? I'm level 11, okay. Hello. You ever notice how competitive the humans are? Always thinking to one-up each other, trying to be the best at everything. Yep. If I didn't know any better, I'd think they were overcompensating for something. Yeah, it's called ego. It's called too much ego. Hello? Would you like to hear me sing my new ballad? It's called Dahlia the Empress Magnificent Karen the Traitor Maleficent. I've only composed the first stanza, but it's really a bona fide masterpiece. Who did you say the other person is? Karen? Chiron? I don't know how to spell that. Okay. Good luck with that, my man. Uh-huh. Hello. My parents were part of the peacekeeper vanguard that fought during the rebellion, and they settled here early on. You know how prickly humans can be, but at that time I still my home. Yeah, fuck it. Those fucking humans. Those fucking racist bastard. But, well, home is home. Oh? What? Ah, there we go. Deft 1. When melee attack hits target, hit lag incurred minus 70.5. Okay. 5 EP for that? Really? That's a lot of EP. Is that really worth it? I mean... Only minus 75, but... That's a lot of EP. I'm not sure if I want to equip that. That's very heavy. Maybe later if you can like really maximize some things. The Arioso family was one of the Anatema's most prestigious noble families, accomplishing their skills with magic. Like, except after the rebellion, everyone was scattered. All these years later, and oh, Master Arioso, Master Orioso. Okay, so you were like previously working for them. Yep. No? Okay. Oh, Fina.
Fina? おっと。なんだ、テビー。あんたもアナテマに来てたのね。へえ、偶然。そう、すっごい偶然よね。ビーナも本当にたまたまこっち来てたのよね。
Stalker.
本当に本当。もしかして私と離れたくなくてここまでついてきちゃったとか？はあ？冗談やめてよね、テビー。ビーナはもう何日も前からここにいるんだからね。だいたいなんであんたなんか追い回さなきゃなんないのよ。ちょっと自分のこと特別な存在だとか思ったりしてない？私が？そうよ。あんたは特別。なんでもないったら今のなし。そんなことよりもっと大事な。
I reached here before Rolio. To be fair, all you needed to do was take the train, and I haven't been taking the train, and I ended up like going through like 3 different
あんた
areas.
の特別はそのオービターだけよ。思わず見とれちゃったのは不覚だわ。またアップグレードしたんでしょ。はっ。
気がついたんだ。ご名答。ただ今めっちゃ忙しくて、あんたなんかに構ってあげる暇ないんだ。ごめん。
失礼しちゃう。永遠のライバルこのビーナがいつかあんたのその自信たっぷりのウサ尻蹴っ飛ばしてやるっての。
Fluffy bunny butt.
あなてまに来て金儲けの方法いっぱい思いついちゃったもんね。ビーナの
Business
目指
opportunities?
せ億万長者への道その1はもう完成してるんだからね。ビーナのすっごい発明品で悪い連中懲らしめて。
Oh, I can't wait for Vina too.
そしてそれを
It would be like it would be cool because it's kind of like a callback. It's kind of like a callback for rabi-ribi's Cocoa, where you fight Cocoa like twice. Once at the beginning of the game, once later on, and like the later fight is actually pretty fucking hard.
その発明品売りまくって銭稼いで、それで装備買って強くなって、もっと強いモンスター倒してレアアイテムゲットして、それ使ってもっと超すごい発明して、この黄金ループで泣きながら道端の雑草をむさぼる日々から華麗に卒業よ。
You say that, but once you get money, you'll spend them on bombs anyways.
私にはおバカな犬が自分の尻尾を追っかけてヘロヘロになるまで回ってる火の車に見えるけど。
Yeah, Tevi knows what's up.
火の車
I only chased laser pointers. Oh, that's so cute. I need someone to make an. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I wanted to screenshot that. Okay, someone needs to make a fan art of that. That's so cute.
完璧な準備ね。
There's achievements where you have to fight her with the air dash but no boots. I already have the boots, unfortunately.
まあ、用意周到なのはいいことじゃん。
今はビーナも自分の冒険を
I already have the boots, unfortunately, so I can't.
今回だけは見逃しといて
You know you want to draw that. Maybe.
しばらくはアナテマの市場にいるから、ビーナの新製品の設計図
Oh, we can buy stuff from her. Okay.
売ってあげなくもないわよ。
それなら設計図より完成品が欲しいんだけど。
おバカなの？あんたは設計図あったら自分で作れるでしょ。
That's fair enough, honestly.
じゃなくて、技術のない乗客にいいねで売るためのものよ。
Tevi would be holding the laser pointer. She absolutely
品
would.
揃えは目録で確認してよね。特別に設計図と一緒に完成品のサンプルもおまけしてあげるわ。
Oh, cool.
ビーナのお手製アイテムは他では絶対
Rapid shots matchup after using a set amount of charge cell secondary. Oh, right. I think this was a batch in the demo, I think, right? After a set amount of charge cell secondary non-selected orbiter will shoot the nearest target with high-speed bullets. No, actually, no, this was an item on the demo. I don't think this was a charge shot. I don't think this was a batch. Her pigtails are so cute and the bandages on her banks. The bandages, I think, is one of the cutest thing. I tried to go for the achievement. One problem, I overridden my save file. No! Oh, that's fucked. There's a batch that does similar effect. Oh, okay, so it was a batch, not an item, okay. A cute little bomb designed by Vina which causes high damage to all visible targets. Oh, okay, so this is Cocoa Bomb. Right. If the target is a boss, the damage will not exceed 2% of their maximum HP. This item's usage speed plus 200%. What? This item's usage speed plus 200%. What? I assume that just means that this is like a very long charge up. That's interesting. If it's not useful against boss, I'm not really sure if I want that though. During a non-battle state, if you have enough materials to craft cocoa truffles or mysterious confection and there's enough backpack space, automatically craft either one. I don't think so. I mean, it's really cheap, but I'll buy it for collection.
いつもゼニーじゃなくてご支援ありがとさ
That's cute. I'll buy it, but I don't think I'll equip it.
興味ありそうなのある
I don't think I want to immediately auto craft. Inhale dessert? After taking damage and HP is below 25%, automatically consume Cocoa Troll or Mysterious Confection in your backpack without needing to access consumables menu. Okay. So that's the clover from rabi-ribi. Inhale dessert is such a funny name. That's such a good name. I mean, I guess that is kind of handy. I guess I'll try that.
いつもゼニーじゃなくてご支援ありがとさ
When a bomb hits the target, the bomb gauge is buff 1. The target gains 1 stack of the fragile debuff. What's fragile? I guess I'll buy it to find out.
いつもゼニ
I'll also buy this.
いつもゼニ
Okay, thank you.
しばらくはアナテマの市場にいるからビーナの新製品の設計図が欲しければいらっしゃいな売ってあげなくもないわよ
Okay.
どう良さそうでしょ絶対役立つってビーナのお墨付
Okay.
きしばらくはアナテマの
Okay. Yep. Let me see. What's the sigil? Stack of the fragile debuff. I'll try that. Try that. When hits target, hit lag and cured. I'm still wondering about that. Not sure about that. Inhale dessert. That's such a funny name. Magic mixer. I don't want that. Yo, can I? Fine. Damn it. I can't pet the Vina. Oh, you're the racist. A beeskin shouldn't even work at this hour. Shut the fuck up, man. I'll blow you up. Oh, cool. Teleportation. In the notebook submenu, you can check adventure log and boast data. Okay. There's a secret in here, the demo, and it's still there. Very nice. It's good to know. My demo knowledge comes in handy. Oh, I can't break that. There's some money over here, I think. Who are you?
ルラン司教様
Oh?
やあやあごきげんよ
That's not a voice I expected. Excuse me?
確か名前はセリアだったっけ任務に勤しんでいるかい
Oh, this voice is... What? Okay. Design is sick. I'll say that. Design looks really cool. This voice is not what I expected at all. What the hell?
無論ですわバルハラに栄光あれでもルラン司教様なぜこちらにいらっしゃったのですか
いやちょっと興味のある文献を探しててね
I didn't thought of patting Vena so that you can't. Unfortunate. She deserves it.
なぜか中に入れないんだな
You seem to be unable to gain access to the building.
だなこの図書館という場所は安全でとっても居心地のいいところだって聞いてたのにね
Look at the expression of this guy. This is such a weird voice to have. Like, voice acting is great, but also such a weird mismatch.
尋ね方が間違っておりましたわ通常下界で任に当たるのは宣教師かデータハンターくらいですのでルラン司教様のような高位の方が下界まで降りてこられるというのが不思議に思えまして
Weird casting choice, but it fits oddly well. It is kind of like... It's kind of odd that it's like... I guess the shock factor kind of gives it the charm.
バルハラにはまだ知られていない景観、知られていない美食があるよね。僕自身が実際に見て体験しないと。
Damn, this guy's kind of based.
ことがたくさんあるんだ。
なるほどですわ私ではそこまで考えが及びませんでしたわ
Yeah, that's right, Sally. I changed your
し
mind.
かし、まずは与えられた職務を第一として真摯にことに当たりたまえよ。そうやって実績を積み上げていずれ昇進できた暁にはそこで初めて僕たち
It is an old man, to be fair. I guess. His hair highlight looks like the bi flag. It kinda does, yeah.
さようでございますかルラン司
教様、ご指導感謝いたします。
Tevi and Sable have never seen Celia being this disciplined. Bye. Skincare routine is insane. Really do be like that. Hey, that's still there. Very nice. Okay. That's all there is, huh? Oh. Ah, okay. No, we want to go down. Let's go here. Okay. My man. Okay. You know, this guy specifically right here used to cause trouble in the demo. This guy was like relatively infamous in the demo for being a fuck up. Because this save file right here used to be right here. It used to be currently what I'm standing on. And talking with NPCs is rather weird. Where I think like you can very easily accidentally talk to NPCs. Where a lot of people, when they're trying to save, they ended up just talking to the NPC. So they had to move the save file right here. Hey, somehow you guys transported over here. It doesn't really make any sense that you just randomly appear here. There's like multiple of you. Deadly reach. Okay, I'll buy that. Increased range in melee sounds really good. Upper slash and spiral slash or any... Wait, what? Oh, spiral slash. Wait, what? During boss battle, when spiral slash or any basic combo hits target, upper slash is executable in mid-air? That's interesting. That's kind of interesting. When basic combo ground for alt is used and combo rank is A or above, a 5th stage lock-on combo can be used, which pierces the target dominant state, cannot be activated. Interesting! That sounds cool! Wait, I wanna go down. Act tough. When taking damage, negate combo or interruption from the attack, however, blowbacks cannot be negated. Cannot be deactivated again in the next 72 seconds. Okay. Only 2 cost, that is pretty cheap. When combo count is 7... Below 7, use a basic ground combo 2. It will be followed by basic air combo 2. What? Additionally, basic air combo 1 and basic air combo 2 attack speed plus 40% and both become a 2-hit attack. What? That's so specific. When combo count is below 7. That's so weird. When dodge is triggered, recover a certain amount of HP. Amount of recovered still with the damage inflicted by the dodge attack recovers more HP when lower 50%. That's pretty good. When combo is interrupted, next hit will increase. Oh, okay, this one, we have it in the demo. Basic air combo, 3 damage plus 37 number of air combos usable before landing -1. Oh, okay. That's kind of nice. That's pretty good. EP booster. When currently equipped with at least one of each sigil that consumes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 EP, max EP plus 6. What? That's so fucking funny. What the fuck? No, these sigils are so unique. Holy shit. After 6 charge shots, next charge shot will trigger an additional charge shot. Oh, okay, so this is the sigil that I was thinking about earlier. So I guess there's 2 different items that you can use to grant additional charge shot. That's interesting. When basic ground combo 4 and combo... Oh, right, yeah. Oh, man. There's so much interesting sigils that I want to try out, but I don't have enough money. You have been most generous. Please accept this as a reward for being our valued customer. Orbital upgrade unlocked. Hey, Megitite shard. Welcome! She's so cute.
劣化について詳しいって聞いたんだけど、突っ込んだアドバイスもらえたりする？
劣化ですって？あら、そんなアドバイス求められるのは久しぶりよ。それじゃ逆に聞くけど、あなた劣化についてはどのくらいご存知なの？
劣化が周囲にどんな影響を与えるかは知ってるけど、
劣化というものはね、接触した生物を蝕み衰弱させる腐食性の強いエネルギーなの。 形態は緑色の微粒子で空中を漂っているわ。そして生命を活性化させる純粋なエネルギーであるマナとは対をなすものね。
Ah, so it's reverse
そ
mana.
もそもの起源はよく分かっていないのだけど、昔から存在はしてたみたいね。
でも劣化って生物に感染して殺す以外にももっとヤバい能力はあるんじゃなかった？
よく知ってるわね。最近の話だけど、劣化によって
Right.
死んだ生物が
This is the main.
周囲に危害を
This is the main story of the demo.
されてるの。緑色に光る目が特徴的なそれはスペク
Oh,
ト
this
と
is
呼ばれてい
new.
るわ。
A notable physical trait that they share is glowing green eyes. So I guess those like masked person are specters. Okay.
またこれが厄介なやつなのよ。特に劣化の濃い場所に作ってるのね。アナテマでも見たことあるんじゃないの？向こうのウルスカン大地とそこの森は劣化濃度が高いの知ってる？あれってきちんとした
Very funny. I don't have sigil with 7 or 8 cost. I do have a 7 cost. Lucky 7. There's a lucky 7 batch, and that costs 7, of course. I don't think I have an 8 one.
可能よ。女帝ダリアが御在位の時代には行われていたわ。でもその方法は女帝がお姿を消すとともに失われてしまったの。今や残された断片的な技術を最大限駆使しつつ
I cannot find a 7 sigil to save my life. I got a lucky 7 sigil pretty early on. I don't remember where the area is, but I got a lucky 7, which costs 7.
これで多少は理解を深められたかしら。だけどこんなこと何のために知りたいの？
I have lucky 7, I just need 8 cost,
治
okay.
安兵団の依頼でいろいろ調査してるのよ。その一環として宮殿内を探索する必要があるから劣化に対しての知識は必須なの。
宮殿の中に入るつもり？分かってると思うけど宮殿内部の劣化濃度は半端ないわよ。でも
I do need to go explore the starting areas again with slides, so hopefully I found it. I think it might be on the desert? No, actually, don't take my word for it. I think I'm wrong. I'm not sure. There may be something that can help you in Ilskin Village. Right, this is also a big part of the demo.
そう、流れの傭兵が話してたのを聞いたことがあるのよ。疫病の森の隣に孤立した村があって、そこは荒れ狂う劣化に包まれてるっていうのに住民は普通に暮らしてるんですって。
そんなところで人は生きていけるんですか？
詳しいことはわかんないのよね。
Have fun in Debuff City. We'll see about that.
影響を緩和する手段を見つけたっぽいのよね。その場所を地図に記しとくわね。あとこれを持っていきなさい。
Hey, we still got the Mercenary's Crest.
基本のポーションと傭兵の紋章よ。これは休職中の傭兵の目印なの。好きなことして死んだ。
I'm glad this part of the dialogue is still here. This is very important lore. That first of all, DC has like a mercenary partner. Like, second of all, she's gay or bi.
とにかくこれがあればウルスカンの村人に怪しまれることはないはずよ。
It is very important lore to know that CC is at least gay.
流れの傭兵は村の助けになるん
That's great news for me.
ありがとう。有効に利用させてもらうわ。
どういたしまして。あなたのような人がいるおかげで。
That's why I couldn't pass the village. The NPCs didn't say anything. I had talked to CC. Huh? Wait, you didn't talk to CC? That's weird. Well, I can't hear. Is she open? Well, her previous lover died, so maybe. It's thanks to people like you that my sisters and I can keep our shops in peace. You have sisters? Mercenary's Crest. Soothing tincture. Put on temporary relief against moderate level of decay. Okay.
ああ、そうそう。ちょっと前にこの設計図の束を預かってたのよね。冬
Stack of blueprints.
引き連れた激カワウサ娘によろしくってことだったけど、どう見てもあなたのことだわね。
Who? Vina?
私のことをそんな風に表現する人物なんて一人しか思いつかありがとう。
Wait, hold on. What did they say? Don't ask me to forward the blue, a cute bunny girl with 2 floating orbiters. Oh, yeah, that's probably that, yeah, actually. You're right. I thought for a second, it's like, could it be Rodeo? But then I'm like, no, Rodeo would have described her with something so much worse. Rodeo would have said it's like, oh, the most beautiful girl, and they're amazing, most stunning orbiters. This is pretty low-key for Rodeo. How to unlock the orbiter's core expansion system? Oh, cool. Back expander. Do I want a back expander? I guess it doesn't hurt. Don't remind me of that filthy lion, my god. Meta Knight shard, hell yeah. Okay. What batch do I want? What's recovery? When combo count is below... I'm so curious about this, but... It's so weird that it's specifically when combo count is below 7. That's so weird. Act Tough. This is pretty cheap. I'll buy Act Tough just cause. When basic round is used in combo run, 5-stage lock on combo. Okay, I'm so curious about this. I want to try this out. Air combo, focus, combo crasher. Okay, I think that's all. That's all for now.
何の設計図ですか？
どうやら改造モッド用の設計メモみたいね。一緒にメモが添えられてたわ。先日はエーテル石の再稼働成功にはしゃいでしまってこれを渡すのを失念していたよですって。
Oh, this is core expansion, right? I totally forgot about that. Because the core expansion blueprint is the one that we got to unlock core expansion. Okay, that's nice. We finally got core expansion.
この改造指示書を理解することも容易だろうね。これで
I went for the cheaper one, fair enough. Vena took all of my money.
適当な思いつきを書き殴ったような紙ペラの束だけ渡して。
それにしてもひどい乱筆ですこと。マリウムに追われながら書いたと言われても信じてしまいますわ。
By a rampaging unicorn, who would ever say that?
もしや天才が天才たるには下手くそな文字を書く才能も必須ですの。
Have you seen Doctor's handwriting? Recently, okay, I had like a pretty bad cough like the last couple of weeks. I went to the doctor, and it's been a while since I went to the doctor to get like medicine and all that stuff. It's always funny to see doctor's handwriting and going like, what the fuck are they writing here? You would never know what the fuck they're saying. It's so insane. My biggest flaw in Tevi is being too cocky and then I die. That's fair.
オッケー、バッチリ理解できた。じゃあどこか適当な場所見つけてとっとと改造しちゃおうか。
依存はってちょっとお待ちなさいな。あの指示書の束をもう全部読み込んでおしまいになったの。
Well, you know, even though despite how bad doctors write, the ones who receives the instructions to create the or to get the medicines are always able to read it with like 100% accuracy. So, rhythm doctor language. Inventive insight. Complete chapter 2. Oh, okay. That's the end of chapter 2, huh? It's a kind of a weird place to end the chapter, I feel like. Oh, we're just here.
ほい、完了っと。
またいとも簡単に。まったくあなた方親子の腕前と言ったら言葉もありませんわ。
I missed that. No wonder I couldn't pass chapter 2. Wow.
魂を売ったりしてませんわよね。
インターフェースディスプレイに新しいチャージゲージが増えたみたいですね。
Okay, yeah, this is core expansion.
システムと呼ばれるものよ。
Yep. Oh, core expansion, my beloved. This is a lifesaver.
効率的ですわね。
うわー、早く試してみたいです。
パパの仕事ぶりにはいつだって驚かされちゃうわね。このシステム
Thanks for the guide, you're welcome.
習得できるでしょう。
Okay, can I go back? No, I can't. Okay. New crafting options. Oh, right, I should probably develop my orbiters. Basic shot, right. New B orbiters. Upgrade orbiter. Range attack. Ah, okay. I should probably upgrade, like, my... Can I upgrade my knife yet? No, I can't. Rapid shots mod chip. That if you reach when hitting a target and dominance in after touch, no hit lag will occur. Expand our wisdom combo rank. Increase from S to max. Crossbomb. Running boots. Bomb fuel. There's not much that I want. I guess I'll just go with orbiters. What is that? That's a material I've never seen. Rapid shots that they reach. I'll upgrade this once because it's cheap. Spend of wisdom also upgrade it once. Combo rank increase gain from melee attacks plus 50, plus 10. Combo rank from range attack plus 50. Let me upgrade crossbow once. Project explosion 150%, and while in possession of at least one field bomb gauge, crossbows have the added effect of spelling target's attack up buff. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen anyone with attack up buff, I feel like. Running boots, bomb fuel. Ah, this is also cheap, let's see. Bomb gauge upgrade. Okay. Okay, so I only have 5 left. Range of certain melee attacks 10 to 20%. When hitting a target in dominant state with upper slash or spider splash, no hit lag will incur. The range seems nice, but I don't think I need it super bad. Spell of Wisdom combo rank from... combo rank melee attack plus 10, combo rank from range plus 50. I think I'll just upgrade Spanner of Wisdom, okay. Rigorous Research. Okay, cool. Civil type, orbital efficiency, basic shot. Oh yeah, we should probably get this. 2-prong shot. Basic shot consumes no MP, is fired simultaneously with the charged shot. MP recovery rate plus 20% dealing melee attacks. All melee attack speed plus 6%. Oh, that's pretty nice, but the cost is pretty big. Using quick draw on target in submissive state pluses a small blowback. Oh! Cool, I'll try that. And... I'll try this. Okay. Okay, let's go to batch and see what I can do. Basic with target of basic run combo 2 damage plus 2. With MPs above 150% damage taken minus 12. When spiral hyper slash is skippable. Okay, I want to try that. Lock on. I want to try that. Drop kick. I want to try that. The bonus target and bomb gauge is above 1 target gauge. 2-prong shot. I don't have enough for that. I should probably get this, but okay, let's change back up to that. Act tough. Nah. Come on, splash on target blow back into okay, I think this is fine. This is a fine batch choice. After Vina, I went to the fog area and then went to Anna again. I see. Hello there, a long time no see. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm pretty alright. This game is so good, but also I feel like I shouldn't have been here. Ah, core expansion. Let's go. This is nice. So this is almost like the replacement for Bunny Amulet in Rabi-ribi, except that it's somehow both better and worse. It blocks bullets, but it doesn't give you full invulnerability, which is very nice. Die. Cool. Okay. Where do I go first? I'll go here. Oh, what? I can't go down? Okay. Weird. Whee! Die. Oh, no. Wait, can I? No, okay, never mind. Ow. I want some air dash, man. Fragile. Take fixed damage every second. All damage received increases and HP recovery amount decreases. Oh, that's pretty cool. Use Cocoa Shuffle. Oh, that's the automatic thing. That's the dessert inhaler. Damn. Oops. I need to heal probably. Okay. What? Yep. I didn't expect that to blow up in one hit. What the fuck? Okay. Well. Back we go. Yoisho. I didn't expect that to just die in one shot. What the fuck? Okay, let's go down. The words have been scratched out and cannot be distinguished. Okay. Cherry bunny. Wait, I need to craft everything again. Fuck. Wait, what? Burnt dessert? Based on a recipe created by Sable, this carbonous mass was perhaps once destined to be delicious dessert. Recover 12% and overwhelming taste buff for 10 seconds. What? What the fuck does that mean? What upgrades did I get again? Fuck. I lost all my upgrades. Drop kick. I got two-prong shot. I upgraded Spanner of Wisdom. Upgraded Deadly Reach. Upgrade my Orbiters. Upgrade my Orbiter type. I think that's about it. What's that? Resilience. When damage hit is taken based on reduced attack, the buff is removed afterwards. Oh, that's because of the thing, right. Overwhelming taste. I want to try that later. After I get damaged, I guess. Oh, I need a bomb. Wait, there's no bombs here. Okay. Unless... No, there's no bombs. I think I need to go up. Ooh! Please die. Die. Naja! Is there a teleporter here? There used to be a teleporter here in the demo, I think. Or no, actually, I think I'm mixing stuff up. Max power? Oh, max rank, right. Max CP, cool. Okay. I guess I have to get this down. Could I still do that? No, damn. Huh. That's very high up. Let me go down here. Oh, there's nothing? Okay. Oh! My goodness. Right, the badges. I should probably redo my badges again. What was it? Upper slash. Take that out. Put this in. That in. Actually, let's put that out. I guess that. Act of. Wait, no, I forgot to craft the orbital efficient. No, lack of material. Fuck. Oh well. I guess I'll keep this again. No blue shot, it bounces on the wall and hit the. No blue shot, it bounces on the wall and hit the ball to move to the right. What do you mean by that? Alright, let's try burnt dessert. Overwhelming taste. Gains more chances to dodge, but also has drawbacks. Also has drawbacks? What does that mean? Dodging does not consume golden buff, and all movements become dodge moves, but attack power is greatly reduced and HP continuously drains? Excuse me? What? What? I'm invincible? I'm invincible, but I can't. What? What? Oh, that's kinda sick. That's interesting. What the fuck was that? I became invincible, but my HP continuously drains down. That's really funny. That's a very interesting. That's a very interesting way to do that. Well, I can't go up anymore. Damn, alright. That's a very funny item, yeah. I need a bomb. I need the bomb. I really want to try to get the bomb down. Let me eat something. Yoisho! Okay, cool. Okay, so we can probably knock it from here. Okay. Cool. Permanently increase HP, hell yeah. Did not let him cook again. To be fair, it does give you invincibility. It's kinda nice. I'd say let him cook, and maybe if that can be improved, that'll be way better. Let him cook again. Pain pocket biscuit. Ah, yeah, fucking racist. This guy literally says like, you know what? Slavery is kinda cool, actually. Slavery is based. Remember the time when slavery exists? Oh man, oh, that's the best of times. Fuck you. Alright, is Venus supposed to be... Venus supposed to be somewhere here, right? I guess on the top, probably. I suppose when you have low HP, it'll kill you instead of leaving 1 HP. I wonder if it does actually kill you, or it actually leaves you with 1 HP. Okay, so I assume Venus somewhere around here. Or, no, wait, no, this isn't the place. Where is it? Where's the place? Here? I don't remember this map at all. Am I back from where I started? The market, yeah, but where's the market? I don't remember where the market is. Oh, it's here, okay. Okay, Vina, where are you? I don't have money though. I don't really have anything that I can buy. Oh, this is the only thing that I can buy. What if I try to buy something that I can't buy from this poor cat girl? Okay, that's all she's... And I thought I was poor. Jesus. Okay, fuck you too. Okay, I can't go there yet. Well, okay, I guess there's nothing much that I can do here for now. Probably. I think we're gonna go back real quick. Is there anything over here? No, okay. I'm just gonna discover the map real quick. Okay, let's go back to Morose. She really is best girl. Poor girl. Literally. You want me to be 12, yeah, okay. I'm at 11, so. Wait, what am I even doing back here again? Village haunted city student. Oh, so there's relics. Oh yeah, I guess we can do this first. I guess I can do that first. Verdon Forest? Is that the places, the nearest place to go for? Copperwood. Oh yeah, okay, I remember. Right, okay, let's try to go to the... Let's try to get the other astral dealer first, before we move on. We're done. Why is a friend of mine already at the end of chapter 4? I'd imagine there's a lot of like side stuff that you don't actually need to do. Like if you just refuse to not do some stuff, it'll be fine. Pet. A little bit of the Maple Story vibes. A lot of people say that, yeah. My friend has been doing some side story stuff. Oh boy. I guess he's just that good. Let's craft. Orbital efficiency. And cocoa truffles, sure. Batch. Okay, it's good. Ow. Okay, but what if? So I break this. Go down, go back here. Special action. Well, I can't pet you? Because the space is too small? Oh, you clipped through a little bit, but that's fine. It is fine. You're slightly clipping, but that is okay. The side stuff is fun though, yeah.
You clip a bunny to the wall, it's fine. They got out. Wait, this is the way, right? Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh, the fucking scorpions again. Money. No? Oh, I guess not. Okay. The relics Gloamwood Furlong Forest. Oh, Gloamwood's to the right. What is that statue? It's a weird ass statue. Oh, you're new. Oh no! Okay, that breaks, but I can't go there. What happens if I go down? Okay, cool. Hey, can you like come here? Can you jump? Oh! Can you jump? Oh, yes you can. Can you jump? Fuck, that's not what I want. Okay. Hey, can you jump? Ow. Brother. Okay. Can I actually pogo off of him? I feel like that might be too high. He doesn't really jump that high. Is it normal to have 647 hours in Jedi Survivor? Sure. I have 1,000 hours on Pizza Tower. Why does this guy have the buff? This guy doesn't even drop anything. Okay. Money. Oh, okay, you can do that too. I didn't know that. Ah, okay, so I can break that. Oh. We have 11,000 hours on Battle Cats. 1100, sorry, not 11,000. Maybe you can actually make it jump over. Go on, jump. Ow! Fuck. No, that's so close. I'm not sure if I can, but I'll try anyways. Ow. Ah, damn it. Let me try again. Okay, biscuit. Come on, jump. No, you fool! Why do you keep on falling down? No! Jump. Brother, why is it so hard for you to jump? Oh my god, why? Ugh! How do I bait you to do the thing that I want? Yes! Let's go! Probably increase range attack damage by 40%. Is it worth it? Maybe not, but whatever. The true treasure are the friends we made along the way. Hello. Ow! MP burn. Over there, upgrade unlocked. Cool. Craft? Soul Burst module. Charge shots can fill the burst gauge, and switching between types can fill the gauge even faster. Each 100% of gauge filled grants 1 stack of soul engage, which when consumed activates soul what? An instant attack that deals AoE damage and grants. Oh! Oh, so we have Bounty Amulet. Huh. Chargers can fill the burst gauge, and switching between types can fill the gauge even faster. Each 100% of gauge filled grants 1 stack of soul engage, which when consumed activates Soul Burst, an instant attack that deals AoE damage and grants invincibility for 2.5 seconds. Okay. So this is Bunny Amulet. Okay. Interesting. Bunny Amulet, but forces you to change around your module. Interesting. Cool. Oh, Mushroom. I want you to come up here. Let me step on you. No! So close. Ah, fuck. No! I know you can do it. Yes! Thank you. Oh! No, never mind, I can't. No! You fuck! Okay. Damn it. I got cock blocked again. Oh, this is a weird empty space. Oh, the map is supposed to go up. Okay. Oh, I think this is to Gloom Forest, isn't it? In theory, you have 3 different amulets. That's kind of crazy. Okay, no, I want to go up. I want to go up. So you have Golden Dodge, you have this, and you have Soul Burst, Golden Dodge, and I guess Core Expansion, if that counts as a Body Amulet. Ow. There we go. Die. Ow. Fucking Vital Lolly. Coffee Cream Puff. Plastic Amulet sucks. Core Expansion since you... Oops, I hit my mic. Core Expansion since you need it at 100%? Wait, what? What do you mean you need it at 100%? Okay, let's go up. Nothing there, okay. Damn, I need slide. What's this? Oh, okay. Nothing there, okay. Ooh. What did I break? Oh, okay, cool. Max MP, hell yeah. Okay, what's over here? Getting slide early would be huge. Oh, what the fuck is this? The relics. Oh, that's a cool background. That background art is pretty cool. There's like a big cog over there.
一面廃墟で誰もいませんね。
そのようですわね。昔この町にはたくさんの有能な従順族の技術者が住んでいたらしいですわ。魔界族の反乱は随所に大きな被害をもたらし、生き残った人々はここから逃げ出すと二度と戻っては来なかったのでしょうね。
うん。僕もここに戻りたいとは思わないですね。
それにしても新型魔界族の残骸がたくさんあるのは不思議ね。 だいぶ近年のものなのに。
この地方の大企業の倫理観を考えれば当然ですわ。
Jesus.
彼らが自らの廃棄物を処理する際など
That's kind of
適当
brutal.
な土地に何の配慮もなく投棄して終わりですもの。
なるほど。
ただこんな風にバラバラになって捨てられてるのを見るとちょっと気味が悪いですね。
データハンターはこのような光景を目にすることも珍しくありませんわ。世界は時に残酷なものですわ。慣れることも必要ですわよ。
Damn, Celia really just said, well, just deal with it. That's a pretty cool background. Damn, this place really is empty. It's over here? Oh, I can jump here. Nah, oh well. Yaisha! Ow. Oh. Break that. Okay. Money. Bombing enemies that you can't reach is always funny. Hell yeah. It's not just that you can't reach them. They also can't reach you. Hell yeah. Nothing there, really? Nothing here? Huh. Weird. I can't go up there either. I'm supposed to go to the left? What? Ow. No, but left is where I came from. Huh. Oh, I guess go up and left, probably. Can I even do that? Oh, yes, I can. Okay. How do I... How do I get down there? What? Something broke. Oh, that. Okay. No, it doesn't break. How do I... Weird. How do I get up there? Can I not do this yet? Just locked off for now? Maybe something for later? It might be, but... I don't know what upgrades do I even need. I guess light, but... Yeah, I have no idea how to advance. Oh, right, there's up here. Whoops. I'm blind, never mind. Oh, big bomb. Just keep up. Oh. Let's craft something. Let's eat something first. Sure, burn this dirt, because why the hell not? Oh, soul module. I guess I can try this. Charge shot can fill the burst gauge. Switching between type can fill the gauge faster. Each 100% of gauge filled grants 1 stack of soul engage. Consume activates soul burst. Okay. Burst gauge upper limit 100%. So which one is the soul burst? Oh, it's the 0 on top? Is that it? That's such a weird specific thing. Blow up. Oh, it goes down after a while. So you have to be like aggressive, huh? When MP's below 100%, MP recovery rate minus 17, MP with whatever. Soul engaged above? Is it? Really? There's nothing here? It's weird. Nothing here either? Okay. Stop. Okay. Left. Whoa. Paralysis. That's a cool way of introducing a new mechanic, not gonna lie. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, they're not that tanky. Ooh. Oh, hello. Oh. Ooh, I almost stepped on that. Oh. Permanently increased range attack, hell yeah. Ow! Okay. What'd that do again? Inflicts damage over time, paralysis every few seconds with a brief stun effect. Oh, that's annoying. Ow. Let me heal. Ow. Yaisha! Ow! Ow. Woo. Naja. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's over here. Do we get the save? The stuck backgrounds are impressive. Yeah, this place looks really good. It's like oddly beautiful despite destruction. Oh, hello. Are you a chef? Grease trap. Oh, that's the person's name. Grease trap. Ah. He shares my impeccable taste for morosium and waffles. Damn, Tevi be saying like my standards for friends are really high. You need to like waffles, man. The game itself looks so good. This game is really fun, yeah. Oh. Oh, look at him! He's just a little guy.
Hey, Grease!
I've never seen Tevi so excited to see a person before. This is I think the first time Tevi goes like, "Yo, my man!" And it's this like weird ass robot that just happens to like pancakes.
Tevi! Hisashiburi! Are? Koko doko da?
He wouldn't hurt a fly. He definitely wouldn't.
残念。ここは異物の城よ。
Tevi cares about waffles and waffle likers, exactly. She knows what's up. She knows the priority.
だって僕モロースで学校に向かってたんだよ。
ここまでどうやって来たかは知らないけど、グリースはここで魔界をショートさせて無力化するって電磁罠に捕まってたのよ。
電磁罠だって？だとしたら記憶が一部おかしくなってるのはきっとそのせいかな。
Oh, that doesn't sound good. My memory's being jumbled. I wonder if he's going to turn or
思い出
something.
してみてよ。手伝うからさ。念願だったモロース
Oh my god! He got a job at Moreau's Waffle House? That's kind of that's kind
仕
of
事の空
based.
き時間利用して料理教室に行く途中で記憶が途切れたと。
僕はまだ見習いなんだけど、僕の作るワッフルを認めてもらえたのは
Aw, that's kind of cute. He became the chef at his favorite Waffle House place. That's so cute. Well, not chef yet, but still.
ずっと前に僕が夢で見たワッフルの話、まだ覚え
What
て
the
る？
fuck is that? A waffle that I saw in my dreams all those years ago. I've been experimenting ever since and I finally did it. I made the whimsical waffle of wonder. I wonder if it's gonna be basically like Sable's burnt food. That's so cute though. Whimsical waffle of wonder.
すっごい、超すっごい。それ絶対美味しいやつ。今度私にもそれ作ってよね、グリース。
Like I said, I've never heard Tevi being this excited before. This is the first time she like raises her voice in such an excited way. And of course it's about fucking waffles.
ワッフルも結構ですけど、今はこの電磁罠について話すべきじゃありません？
だけどさ、グリーストラップの記憶たどらなきゃいけなくて。
Fair enough, give him a break. This man's been gone through a lot. At least let him talk about waffles.
テビーさんは本当にワッフルお好きですよね。
Forget people only waffles, exactly.
あれはもう食べ物ですらないわ。魂を潤す芸術品よ。
そう、
So based.
ワッフルは究極に崇高な存在だよ。人生をかけて追い求めるにふさわしい宝物だよ。
You know what? Grease Trap may be my man after all. Grease Trap, my man.
よくわかりませんが、すごいものだってことだけは伝わりましたよ。そこまで言われるなら僕もいつか食べてみたいですね。
テビーの友達なら僕の友達
Oh, that's cute. He got a little blush.
喜んで作らせてもらうよ。もっともモロースに無事戻れてからだけど。
食べられるの楽しみにしてますよ。
This feels like a red flag. Not gonna lie.
僕の兄さんはパン作りが得意で、いろいろと教えてくれるんです。
Everything I make turns black and crumbly.
いつも真っ黒で砂みたいな味になっちゃって。
Don't worry, Sable. It made me invincible, so that's pretty good.
焼くのと燃やすのは違うのよ、セーブル。
ところで失礼を承知でお伺いするんですけど、グリース
That's a good question, actually.
味覚はあるんですか？
ないんだ、味覚。
Oh,
残念ながら
so you just go off of instinct.
僕みたいな旧式魔界には味覚センサーとか高度な機能が装備されていないんだ。
Kinda crazy. He can't even taste the waffle, but he knows the waffles are good.
でも問題ないさ。努力と経験を重ねて食感と視覚を駆使していろんな種類のワッフルを作れるようになったんだよ。
Damn, this guy's kinda
あ
good.
れから見違えるように上達したじゃんね。あんたが最初に作ったスノッグベリーワッフル。
Snockberry
ゴロッと
waffle.
したおがくずの味だったし。
食べ
Hey,
物の味がわからなくても一流のパティシエになれるんですね。そんなの聞いたことありませんよ。すごいです。
very
僕は知
inspiring.
らない窓拭きだったんだよ。でもモロースワッフルハウスの前を通るたび、窓ガラスの向こう側に幸せそうなお客さんの顔があったん
This
だ。
guy's so cute. This guy's so cute. What the fuck?
どんな時でも僕に元気をくれたよ。それで僕も同じように 誰かに幸せを届けたいと思った。それからはいろいろあったけど、このまま
I hope to be a part of waffle history.
こんな嬉しいことはないさ。
Stalia in the back's just thinking like, oh my god, would you guys shut the fuck up about waffles already? right on cue.
タビー、私たちがなぜここにいるのか忘れてはなりませんわよ。アストラルギアはきっとこのすぐ近くにありますわ。
分かってるって。意外なところで古い友達に会えたからちょっと気分が上がっちゃっただけだって。
Uh-oh.
ゴールドハン
ド? Oh, I really like this, I really like this pose.
ド？罠を仕掛けたのはこいつらね。
うわ、どうしようテビー。
It's just 3 guys, just shoot them with an orbiter, they die.
その間にこいつらやっちゃうから。
Oh, this feels like a bad idea. Is Grease Trap gonna die? I feel like he's gonna die. I feel like he's gonna die when we're not looking.
わかったよ。
Alright, you better not fucking die, man. Alright, let's kill these chump. There we go. Easy. Yeah, you better run away. Fuck you.
グリーストラップが急いで、あとは追うわよ。
Oh my god. Why? I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this is a bad idea. Wait, hold on. I need to craft. Cocoa drop. No, I don't have any materials. Okay. Tin of 8. 440 HP upon receiving the 8 hit can only be used once per battle. Nah. That's a lot of hits. Whoops. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back up. Die. Let me get a heal, thank you. Good for when you have more HP, but it kinda sucks. I'd imagine it's hard to use when your HP is like... when you can't really survive getting hit like 8 times. Like 8 hit is a lot, and also... 8 hit is a lot and the heal isn't even that big. I should use core expansion more or something. Ow. Where is it? Here? Okay. Ow, I didn't see that. Yoisho. Oh, I hate that. I need to heal. Can I craft something? Mysterious confection, I guess. What am I gonna get? Oh, it's pretty good. MP regeneration rate is increased. Oh, well, there's a save here. Okay, that's kind of useless. I guess I'll craft another one. Cool. Let's go.
こっちの方に向かってたわよね。そんな遠くまでは行ってないと思うけど。てめえらストーカーかっての。
Oh!
全く面倒だぜ。
It's one of the thieves we see on base. It's you!
このロボットは俺たちのもんだよ。正々堂々罠にかけてやったんだ。手を引かねえときっと困ったことになるぜ。
Fucking trash panda ass.
ゴールドハンドのカプリス様を怒らせてってのかい。
Her design is so interesting. It's pretty cute, especially for a trash panda.
あんたたちなんでこんなことやってるの？
こいつら無遊病のクズ鉄の話かい？足りねえよ。こいつら歩く銭箱みたいなもんだぜ。使い道はいろいろあらな。
I really like the gangsterish voice of her.
まずはバラして部品を闇市で売っ払っちまうか。結構いい金になるぜ。たんまり稼いで帰りゃボスが喜んで頭なでてくれる
Oh, that's cute.
って寸法よ。
Screenshot. That's cute.
いや待てよ。もしかしたら俺の耳
Oh, okay. Wait, no, never mind. She's a weird pervert.
褒め言葉ささやいてくれるかもしんねえ。
She's weird. Never mind.
顔が火吹いちまわ。
Why is everyone in the Golden Hand so fucking weird? Why are you like this?
何こいつ。
何こいつ？
ともかくなんで放心状態の魔界族がこんなにうじゃうじゃいるのかはよくわかんねえが、こっちにとっちゃ好都合ってもんだ。捕まえるのもべらぼうに楽だしな。
Rolio, but girl. No, I don't think so. She's less of a creep and more just like an internal pervert.
放心状態の魔界
At least so far. It's not like Rolio made it like his entire personality. Caprice made it sound like it's part of like her hidden personality.
もっとも今日はちょいとしたサプライズがあったけどな。
あれアストラルギアじゃないですか？
なんでこいつが何か分かったってかい？可愛い顔してちゃんとおつむもあるみてえじゃねえか。
To be fair, if you ask Sable about Astral Gear like 10 hours ago, he wouldn't have known, so... You did play rabi-ribi before, so you should have expected things like this. That's true, I guess. Fair enough.
ポンコツの秘密に気づかせてくれてありがとよ。ガラクタ魔界の中にこんなお宝が眠ってるなんざ似合わねえな。
Making
ワッフル
waffles.
作りだ。へそがちゃうかすぜ。純活用の無駄遣いってもんだ。
Okay, but can you imagine though? A mana-filled waffle? Like Astral Gear-filled waffle? That'll be sick.
なんてこと。あのギアはずっとグリーストラップの中に入ってたというのですか？
彼に何をしたの？物分かりの悪い野郎だったから。
Oh no.
協力してもらったぜ。
No, Grease Trap, my boy.
このゴミあさりアライグマ、後悔させてやるわ。
Alright, you're done. Let's go. Whoa! Oh, you're the fucking bouncy ass bear, huh? Oh, whoops. Ow. You're the bouncy bear sister. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. Whoop. The hell is that? What the fuck are you? Oh, that's a trap. Okay, I thought I can damage you. Golden dodge. Break. Okay. Get up. Oh, that's the fifth attack. Okay, that's cool. Oh. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay. How big is the explosion? Oh, okay, I see. That kind of explosion. What? Oh, okay, that's it. Ow! That's kind of unexpected. Oh, I can blast the thing. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Okay. Why is that one bullet just still there? What the fuck? Oh, that's so annoying. That one bullet is still just around. Oh, really? Fluffy cream puff. Okay. Ow. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's so annoying. There's two infinitely loading bullets. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I see. Ow! More fluffy cream puff. Ow! Lucky. Ow, ow. Okay, let me try burnt dessert. Wakimo. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work for some reason. Huh. I don't understand how burnt dessert works. Can I still die from burnt dessert? No, I can't. What? That's very anticlimactic, but okay. That's a very anticlimactic ending. Hold on, let me try throwing away the burnt dessert, I guess. Whoa. Dodging does not consume golden dodge buff and all movements become dodge moves, but the attack power is greatly reduced and HP continuously trains. Okay, maybe I misunderstood the assignment. I don't really understand it. I'll craft another mysterious concoction. And I'll wait for the debuff to stop. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, let me check the badges too. I'm not really... I don't know about this thing. It's... so far, it's not been... It doesn't feel that crazy. But it is kind of neat, I guess. Damage taken -2. When combo rank is B or above, using basic air combo will follow rabi-ribi. Stationary spell. Target hits bow back. Stun acceleration by Celias. A shot. When MP is above 150, damage taken -12%. When target AP is above 70%, basic run combo +2. Damage skills with character level. Guess I'll take that for that. And I'll just use this, whatever. Okay, let's try. Doesn't seem that bad. We're almost done in one try. Alright, you trash panda. Oh, ha! Ah, fuck. Okay. Fair enough. Ooh. Ow. What? Really? That still does physical damage? Okay. Okay. That's stupid, but okay. Oh, why did I get slowed? Okay. How did I not get hit by that? Can activate Soul Burst when activated. How do I do Soul Burst again? Hold on. How do I do Soul Burst? Trolls mapping. Soul Burst is... What is that? Oh, that button. Where did I put it there? Maybe I'll change this to... What do I change this to? Just to L. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Ow. Ooh. Lucky! Fluffy cream puff. Oh, nice. Ah, my screen died. Hold on. Ah, fuck! I didn't manage to pause. My screen fucking died. Oh my god, my screen. Yes. Go up. Uh-oh. Whew. Ow. Ow. Okay. Bye-bye. Well done, dodge. Ooh. Ow. Okay. Get fucked. Get to the corner. Think about what you did in the corner. Get up! Ah, so close. Okay. Well, then we'll try that soul burst. Okay, that's it. So that's soul burst. Woo! Ow. I should really... I forgot about core expansion. I really should have used core expansion. Why didn't I use core expansion? I should have just used core expansion this whole time. Oh, she calls her jackhammer Jackie. Okay, that's kind of cute. I was about to say about the core. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. But hey, it works out. It only took 2 tries, so whatever. Her VA is quite good. Her VA is really nice. I love that she's so full of energy. Okay, she's psycho. No! Grease Trap, my man! No.
テビーさん、オンパロスを失った魔界は魂を失った人間と同じですわ。たとえ新しいオンパロスを組み込んでも、それで目覚めた彼はあなたの知っているグリーストラップではありません。
Damn, we shouldn't have come here.
知ってる。何かできたんじゃないかって。そうすればこんなことには。そう思えて仕方ないのよね。
Maybe because she was one of the first bosses. To be fair, Katu was also one of the first bosses, and Katu was kind of fucked up.
小さい頃、私がもっと無力だった頃、やっぱりこんなことがあったわ。私の大切な人たちは 私の指をすり抜けて落ちていって
This is such a
消えて
like
いくのを
sad
止められなかった
pose.
クリーストラップ
The world won't get to taste your whimsical waffle of wonder. I know this is supposed to be sad, but
これで世界の誰もあなたの楽しさ満点ワンダーワッフルを楽しめなくなっちゃった
it is a pretty sad line, but also just saying like, damn, people won't know about your whimsical waffle of wonder. It's kinda cheesy. Delicious secrets. Yo! Oh, that's cute! Notes taken by Grease Trap detailing his creation and thoughts regarding a special wondrous waffle. Perhaps these notes can be used to carry on his dream. Oh, that's so cute! Oh, that's so cute. What the fuck?
これは
これってクリーストラップの日記そういえば彼どこへ行くにもこの日記を持ち歩いてた昔の私の美味しいワッフル作りのためのアドバイス
That's
エリーさ
cute.
んの言葉とっても大切にしてたんですね。
そうねそんな昔からずっと彼ワッフルのことばかり考えてこの日記がいっぱいになるまでページ埋めてったのね
この写真に写ってるワッフルとっても美味しそう。写真についてる笑顔シールが可愛いですね。
笑顔待ってこれ楽しさ満点ワンダーワッフルのレシピだわ
The recipe for the whimsical waffle of
私たち
wonder.
のために残してくれてるみたいクリース
Oh, that's cute.
きっとあなたのワッフルは世界中を笑顔にするわ
Suddenly waffle becomes like a big thing. Like it's no longer just like haha Tevi likes waffle. It's like no. Literally her friend died for a waffle. This is serious business. Aww. Rest in peace. Wait, so is that like... Oh, it is. Waffle of Wonder attempt? A commendable attempt at making whimsical waffle of wonder. Recover 25% attempt progress. Oh! So it's like every time you create it, you... Like, it increases the HP even more? That's kind of a cool concept. That's kind of a cool concept. Okay. Sadly, I'll have to go in a few minutes, get a buy, and my cell phone's battery is low. Alright, see ya. Hope you have fun. That's kind of cool, okay. So I'd imagine after you craft it several times, it'll become like the best healing item or something. That's cool. Oh my god! Fuck off! I hate this. Oh, there's the teleport over there. Okay. Let me go check stuff real quick first. Anything over here? I swear, why is it... What is it with this game and, like, secret corners that turns out to do nothing? Why do they keep on doing that? Let me explore the place a little bit more. Have I been here before? No, I haven't. More traps. This too, there's also nothing here, okay. Is there anything here? Nope. Of course. Why would there be? Oh, cool. I got lucky. There's traps everywhere. Oh, you don't get stunned by that, huh? Ah, no, I didn't mean to go. Damn, alright. Alright, fuck you. Alright, let me go back up again. Dev starts trolling. Honestly, I do wonder if they're meant to have something over there, but just didn't. Still have no idea how to get that. Ow. Ow. Oops. Money. Well, not money, actually. Is there any way to go down there? No, I guess not. So weird. I can't just go up, okay. I have to go the long way, can't I? Paralysis. Aisha! What, really? Ow. 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 Heal. They haven't been here. Oh? Oh, that's that. Okay. Okay. Nothing over there. Oh, it heals. Oh! Fucking hate these traps. I need to heal more. Yeah, this is where met Reese trap. That floor again? Oh, there was something over there before. Gotcha. Heal. This place's music is also pretty. Oh! I shouldn't have hit him too hard. This place's music is pretty nice too. I kind of like how this one goes. Let's just go here. Save up. Thank you. Nothing up there. Okay. More traps over there. I can't go up. Okay, I haven't gotten here yet. Is this a new area? I assume it is. This looks like new area. Why does killing beast give edible essence? Why not? What else would it give? Of course it'll give edible essence. Oh. Damn it. Okay. I can't go through there. Okay, I need to get 9 edible essences. I wonder if the bomb radius is gonna increase anytime. There's nothing over here. There's always weird holes. Where haven't I explored? I guess I've explored mainly about everything, but still. Ow. Yeah, done this. Oops. Oh, okay, I guess... Okay, I guess it doesn't matter then, huh? Ow. Okay, I have to go down there either way then, I see. Oh, well, down it goes. Yeah, okay, never mind. I do have to go down here. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Ah, you know what? I'm just gonna quick save. I'm gonna quick load. Yeah, okay. Can I go back? Wait, what do I even need to do? Village haunted, city sleuth, explore anathema and investigate. I haven't, huh? I haven't gone there, huh? I guess I need to go to the right a little bit more. When should I stop playing? I feel like I should stop playing somewhat soon, but not quite yet. How much money do I have? 6,000. I don't think there's anything special that I super want to buy. We'll see about that. Oh yeah, I haven't explored here yet. Locals know well the curse of the palace, which also affects Magitech like me. It's corrosive to both the biological and mechanical parts of our bodies, so even we can't explore the palace unhindered. I see. Let me go down here first. Hey! I knew there's something here. Basic ground combo attack speed plus 15%. Okay. How much... How much EP? 6. Okay. That's quite a lot. And I can't slide through that, unfortunately. Hello? I'm looking for a fresh start. Maybe make my fortune here. Opportunities abound in Anathema if you know the right people. Now we just need to find those people. Okay. I say you should finish the session soon, not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe. Oh, hello. Unsupervised children? Excuse me?
この先にはアナテマ宮殿があり、あなたのような弱者には大変危険です。
誰が弱者だって？どこのドイツがあんたにそんな的外れなプログラムしたのよ。
何があったのか教えてもらえませんか？
Are we gonna get another Magitech boss battle?
特に変化は認められておりませんが、ご存知の通り過去に宮殿は大きく損壊しており、安全確認のため現在に至るまで建築士ギルドからの指示待ちです。修復が完了し、危険性が取り除かれるまでこれ以上近づくことは推奨されません。
She's almost as tall as the guard,
そ
yeah.
の修復とやらはいつ終わるの？
不明です。建築士ギルドからの指示待ちです。
The palace was heavily damaged and is currently awaiting procedures from the Architects Guild.
30年も経ってんのよ。指示待ちって何やってんのよ。
不明です。建築士ギルドからの指示待ちです。
So we're gonna sneak in or what?
新型魔界族って融通きかなすぎてダメね。会話してるだけでこっちの頭までカチコチになりそう。
宮殿ですけれど、特に急ぐ理由がないのなら侵入は後回しにしませんこと？
Celia's calling her FBI agent.
王都周辺から強いマナ反応が検出されているとの報告がありますの。
アストラルギアかしら。
おそらくそうですわね。アストラルギアは王室で盛んに使われておりましたから、
Prominently used by the royal family, I see. Classism.
でも
Classism and racism. Classic themes in video games.
あってたでしょ。
ああ、そんなに焦ってはいませんよ。宮殿に入る前にさらに準備を重ねておくっていうのも悪くありませんし。
More time to
いいです
train?
わね。それではマナ反応があった場所を地図に記しておきますわ。
More astral gear hunting. How many are there? Oh, it doesn't. Wait, what? Oh, they don't mention it here. Problems in Paradise, Salonda Beach. Wait, what? Salonda Beach? Okay, so it's not near Verdon. Let me try if I can get this one real quick. Given that the earlier area was pretty fast. But I guess I might be a little bit over-leveled, I wonder. Oh, I should go back to the train station at Morose, actually. And talk with the guy who's asking me if I'm level 12. Because I'm level 13 now. Morose. Also, I'm surprised that so far I have not gotten any kind of upgrades. Well, I mean, I guess I got like the dodge, but I don't know. I'm expecting slide or double jump or wall jump or anything, but so far we've gotten nothing, which I guess is kind of interesting. All right, what do you want from me? Wait, what? That's it? The mysterious rebel says there's a spot where a powerful force gathers. What the fuck does that mean? Elite Challenge A. What? Oh, okay. That is very vague, but sure. Maybe I'll do that and finish stream, or should I do the beach? No, I want to try. I want to see what that is. Hold on. What is this challenge? So, the canyon, right? Okay, let's see. Can I even do this yet? Is there like just a path unlocked now that I'm level 12 or something like that? Actually, I'm gonna go say hi to Dad first. Dad, I'm home. Hi. What? Didn't you already contact me? You already contacted me about the thing. Okay, whatever, man. Okay, Dad. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see. He does not care. I don't know why he doesn't care. Usually he's so like, oh, my beloved Tevi. And now I come home and it's like, yeah, okay. I need more edible essence. Ah, yes. More edible essence. Craft. Waffle of Wonder. Attempt progress, 10%. Okay. Oh, no, it requires a different material. I see. Oh, now it's another different material. Okay. Okay. I can... Oh, not enough backspace. Okay, let me eat the cookie. Another attempt. And, oh, that one I don't have enough. Okay. 45% attempt already. Pretty good. Oh, I can't go there yet. Am I not able to do this thing yet? Am I only able to do it after I get slide? Or can I go through somewhere? Let me see if there's a path somehow. There's a way to the desert through Morose. Is there? Let me try exploring a little bit first. Hold on. So did I like enter from the wrong place? Ruined Desert, Morose. Oh, I haven't gone here yet, actually. Hold on. I haven't gone here. Maybe it's fine. I just haven't explored this part yet. Hey, there we go. Okay. Okay. Oh man, I just realized now that the Waffle of Wonder uses like every kind of different stuff. That means that like at its final result it might require like basically everything. It might require like one of everything or something like that. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Oh. Oh, bombable. Oh, bunny potion. Hell yeah. Oh, it's pretty close by. Wait, can I go up here? Oh, yes I can. Okay, let me try going straight here. Oh. Oh, it's this! Depending on stack, additional damage will be dealt during attacks ranging from 3 to 30% of target's maximum HP. What? That's a lot of damage, excuse me. Attack power and HP recovery is reduced and Perseverance can only be activated once. What? Okay, so this is like the demo challenge. Ooh! Ooh! Oh my goodness, there's a lot of stuff. Ooh! Let me heal. Waffle of Wonder, take me. Ow! Oh. Waffle. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. My teeth told me it was written in the stars. Good work. Crystallize. Every 35 seconds that passes a battle crystal will form in the air. Hell yeah. That's a this is... Oh, that's 3 EP. That's pretty good. This is a badge from the demo too, hell yeah. Thank you, my man. I don't know why you did that to me, but sure. I'm gonna eat another Waffle of Wonder. Hey, how are you today? I'm fine, I'm pretty good. Although I'm probably gonna end stream soon, but I wanna explore the desert a little bit more probably. And then I might end stream. Oh no, I can't get up there. If only there's a condor that would come to me. Amazing for bosses, yeah, I'd imagine so. Only 3 EP too is just nice, I think. Edible essence. Let me craft some more. Waffle of Wonder. Oh, what is that? That's something new. I've not seen that. Okay. Okay. Is this another new area? Or no, okay. Oh. Money. What? Zenny full. Oh, obtain 50,000 zennies, I see. 50,000 doesn't feel like that much, I feel like, for the entire game plan. Like, I expected a little bit more, I feel like. Oh, this is a new area. Oh, this is... Oh, okay. This is Morose. Okay. So this is the entrance. What's up here? Oh, I can't see. No, I can't see. Damn, there's no birds too that can carry me upwards. Okay, I need a new material that I have not seen. Oh. I need a new material for crafting waffle. Very important waffle. It's a friend's waffle. I'm gonna go here. No, wait, I don't think there's anything special here. Let me go down again. Oh. Okay. I think there's some couple of downward roads here. Yeah, let's go. Oh, there's the teleport. Cool. I think there's a room similar to this in the demo, but not quite exactly like this. I really need to explore some other places again. Maybe backtrack. Really? That's it? There's nothing there? Why are Tevi devs like this? Yoisho! Yeah, I don't think there's much more to explore. Yeah, I think that's about it. Edible essence. Yeah, okay, that's about it. Okay, I'm just gonna go back and save and... Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the teleporter, save, and then maybe I'll end it for the day. It's been pretty long and I am pretty tired already. We've progressed enough anyways, I think. It is 4 AM for me. It's not a good time. Okay, let's go back to Morose and save. Or is there any closer save point? Oh, Anatema save closer. Okay. I might play a little bit more off stream just to backtrack, not gonna lie. I actually might just backtrack off stream. Let Tevi rest, it's fine. She has a lot of energy with waffles. Alright, let's save and let's end it here. Alright. Man, this game's good. I honestly could go so for much more if it were not for my limitations of my human body. If it were not for the weakness of the flesh, I would keep on continuing to play more. Oh, I wanna rate Conra, but she's very far ahead, and that's going to be a little bit spoilery for me. Oh well, whatever. I'm rating her anyways. Alright, let's rate Conra. She's playing Tevi, of course. She seems farther than me. I'm pretty sure she's already played like so much farther, so much more. But I'm probably just gonna dip out, and yeah, I'm probably just gonna dip after this. So, there we go. If you have my emotes, use the first one. If you don't, use the second one. Be nice, don't be weird. She is pretty farther, so I guess this is potentially spoiler territory. So I'm just gonna drop in, say hi, and say goodbye. Alright, that's all. Thank you for coming to the stream. Bye-bye.